Hey, do me a favor before I switch this over. Can you guys hear me? And can you hear me and can you hear the music? You hear both. All right, I'm going to try something out. Can you still hear me and the music? Or can you just hear me? Only me, right? Okay. And the music's back. Okay. Am I too loud? Do I sound weird? Am I glassy? Am I anything? I can do that actually with the camera on. All right, I can do that with the camera on. Do I sound okay? Do I sound glassy? Am I louder than usual? Anything like that? Okay. I think you sound fine. Now music, yes. Sound fine. Okay. I'm a bit louder, right? I turned my gain up a little bit, so I'm gonna put my mic down a little bit, just to sort of balance it out. I'm not really speaking much louder, so that should be, yeah, that would have been my settings. I turned my gain up a little bit, so I should probably turn my gain down. I feel like gain actually makes you sound a little more glassy sometimes, so I should turn that down and then keep my volume where it is. But hi, hello, everybody. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hopefully everybody's doing well and feeling well. Dragoon, Forgotten General, Dragoon, Sky Pirate, Kia, Lilac, Sentinel, hold on, Stone, AGM, Mr. Roche, what's going on? Solar, what's happening? I hope everybody's doing okay. I hope you're feeling good. So I don't sit at my computer much, other than when I stream, and then maybe if I do a little bit of work here and there, like if I'm gonna edit a video or something for whatever reason, or upload a video, I should say, not edit. So when I do sit down to stream, and, I watch a video, I usually sit down about a half an hour before. I sit down and I put on a YouTube video, and I watch something while I eat. I drink some coffee, which it's Wawa's 60th anniversary today, so they're doing they do free coffee every year. Every year at this date, on the anniversary date, they do free coffee, but they did something really cool. They have these throwback cups. These are like all the different size cups. Like this is the 24-ounce cup. All the different sizes are different versions of their cups that they've had, so that was pretty cool. I'll probably go and grab one of each cup because I'm a nerd. But yeah, so the reason I was asking all the audio stuff, what I was gonna say was that so when I sit down on my computer, that's when I suddenly decide, hey, let's tinker with the audio and let's go and Google a bunch of questions that I've had about audio for quite literally years, and never bothered to answer. So what I decided to do was I looked at how to route my computer audio better through my mixer. So the thing that I was talking about before was like I have two microphones. One of them is for Discord because I didn't know how to really set up the audio to do that. So I finally sat down. Oh, hold on a second here. I'm wondering why it's okay. There we go. So I finally decided to try and set it up, which of course it's like it takes some tinkering to make sure that everything is okay. I'm going to need to test to make sure that the game is not too loud because the game is going to be going through a different setup. Inside you, there are two microphones. So I should have it working now. It should be okay now, I think. But we'll be able to test it out. Realistically, it should give me a little bit of better control over everything. The only issue that I have is that if I'm streaming and on Discord, I need to figure out a way to get, I could probably do it like that. I need to get the PC audio into my setup and the Discord, which is the Discord audio, but then not have that go back out. It's so strange. I always, it's so weird to try and have this stuff happen. So, I'll need to have a day where I actually sit and that's what I try and do is I try and configure it so that the PC audio is going in. Actually, I guess I can do it like that, right? Can I do it like that? Hold on. I feel like I don't want to do this and then blow everybody's ears out. Do me a favor. Turn your volume down a little bit just in case. I don't think that this is going to mess up everybody's audio, but turn your audio down. At the very least, it's going to make an annoying noise there. I need to play a video. Do I have a video? What do I have? What do I have that I'm allowed to play? Hang on one sec. Oh, I have one of these videos that's like.
Will you be the one to witness the birth of the incredible?
Okay, it's just like NES commercials or Nintendo commercials.
Rob, the extraordinary video robot, batteries not included. He helps you tackle even the toughest challenge. Will you be the first to raise the incredibly accurate zapper and play games like Duck Hunt or Action?
Okay, so you can hear these commercials, right?
The Nintendo Entertainment System comes with Rob, Zapper, Control Deck, 2 controllers, Gyromite, and...
Is that the damn Rob commercial? Yo, so I'm guessing yes. I'm guessing you can hear the commercials. Rob commercial. So now you can't hear it, right? You can't hear it. I'm sorry. I this is the best way to do this stuff because I need to set this stuff up specifically for streaming. When I'm not streaming, it's easier to do. You can't hear it now. Now, here's my question. Now, can you hear it? Can you hear it on your end right now? No? No. Okay, so I guess it's not going through that. So you can't hear it now. Turn this all the way up. Metroid, only on Nintendo. Yeah, you can't hear the game. You can't hear the commercials now, right? I just want to double check. No. Okay. Okay, so So I wonder if I do that. I'm sorry. So I wonder if I do that. Okay. So, all right. Headphones off. I'm taking my headphones off as a precaution. I don't think that there's anything that's going to blow out my ears, but I had that happen one time, and it hurt my ears for the rest of the stream. All right, so let me change this. I only heard a streamer say Metroid only from Nintendo. Ta-da! Sorry. You should be able to hear it now. Hi Sims, hi Nephiloid. And hey Flash, what's going on? Yeah, I'm this is the best way to do this because I need like live input to do this. I need people to tell me. So if I change this to, I wish you could, you know how like when you open up audio stuff, and you want to set like your speakers, your output. I kind of wish you could set it up so that there's a Realtek digital audio output, wavelength speakers.
If your child is dreaming about Nintendo,
Okay.
the control deck with bonus game pack is only $79.97 at Toys R Us. Satellite
Okay, you can hear that though, right?
cartridges from $29.99 each at Toys R Us.
I dreamt I won the Super Bowl. I had a better dream.
Toys R Us. You'll never
They're looking at kid's face.
I'm the creator of Ultra Games for Nintendo.
I don't even know why I'm doing this here. I really should be doing this on a different screen. You can hear that okay.
With strategic castle sieges, raids, and destroyers.
Can you hear it now? Kind of?
In 5 rad events,
I mean, I have it turned down just so I don't accidentally kill anybody here with this audio.
Ultra Games.
You hear it fine. Okay. All right, so I have the PC audio going through there, but the Discord audio going through there. So let me see. This is the other reason I'm doing this, so that I can do all of this, and then I can set up. So the input device is the codecs. Is the
entertainment system. Once you start playing, nothing else matters.
But then it's not coming back out.
So the boy fell asleep in the Toys R Us store.
And the speakers, and that's through there.
From the ceiling to the floor. We've got the Nintendo action set, including a control deck with
it's echoey. Oh, it's echoey. Is that the problem?
And we have all the hottest game cartridges at great
This was more clear. Now it's echoey, right?
love growing up with my Toys R Us kid.
Boop,
Toys R Us.
boop,
You'll
boop,
never
boop.
outgrow us.
I mean, these are also very old commercials. So the crappy audio is probably just the commercials.
Nice bounce, Crudla. Sounds like it's time for clubbing. There's the finger fake. Yes, sucker.
Good Lord. What is this? Oh, boy. Oh, is this Caveman Games? Caveman Games. And then when I see the IGN. And I'm sorry, I really should be. We're almost a half an hour in, and I really should be talking about stuff. So that's okay. So, all right. So I think, and you don't hear that now. That's the pass through. Okay. Might be a little echoey. Yeah, nobody else is saying anything, so I'm kind of worried that nobody's. Here, I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, that was a shocker. Okay. And now you hear it. Oh, 13. Isn't that okay? I don't know. It's 2:25. We didn't start at 2. That sounds fine. You hear the commercials. Here, let's
A-okay. All right, let's fire it up.
Frick yeah, NES Max. I wonder, did we watch these? I don't know if we watched these commercials. We normally do. I had a bunch of commercials set up for to watch on stream so that we can react to them. And I don't know if I actually watched this particular video. I usually delete the video. I usually remove it from my playlist when we watch them. So I don't think I watched that video with you guys. So I'll leave that one there. All right, so do one more test here. We're gonna still talk. I just want to one more test here. I should probably do this while the game. Remind me in the VOD that I upload for YouTube to put a marker at the bottom so that we can skip all of this and get you can click it and get to the relevant part. Oh wait, what? Why didn't that work? Hello? Don't you start acting up on me. It's IGN, they're fake by default. Why is this not working now? Hello? Now my monitor isn't seeing the capture card. See, this is why I shouldn't be doing this on stream. Why are you doing that? Come on. Why is that happening? Now it's not. I'm trying to switch over to the capture card, but the monitor isn't seeing the capture card. Let me check the capture card to make sure that I'm getting. 30 FPS. What's happening to my capture card? Is receiving fewer video frames than expected. What? Yeah, I think so. Are we still live? I hope I didn't kill the capture card. Why does it say that? It says the capture card is receiving fewer frames than expected, and I'm not getting an image. I never saw that before. It had a little capture card is already running. Yeah, I know. Can you switch to? That's what I'm trying to do. Like, my system's on, and then okay, there it goes. I had to unplug the capture card for some reason. I don't know why it was doing that. Okay, and you can hear it. Apologies. What are you apologizing for? All right. So I think we're good, right? You can hear it. You can hear the game. Everything is okay.
I hear there's trouble in Rosaria.
Okay. All right, so we'll do that. So we can switch back over. All right, we're gonna leave that set up for today. Just so we can get to the rest of the stream. We'll leave that set up for today. I may need to schedule some time to sit down and tinker with all of it. To try and get this working. What I'm ultimately trying to do, first of all, I'm trying to get into a situation where I can scale down my mixer. I can get a smaller mixer. And the other thing I'm trying to do is make it so that I only need one microphone. So I have the microphone, it's all set up, and then when we do Discord, what I'm really trying to do is that because we're talking about, using Discord from now or trying to use Discord more, doing like Helldivers, doing some other co-op games, especially like co-op PC games, and or like Jackbox or whatever, and then being able to use just one microphone, have the audio so I can hear everybody, but then not have a feedback loop where you're hearing yourself talk and it's creating a situation where it's really, really bad and no one can listen to the stream. So that's the ultimate goal. I'm trying to set up what's called a mix minus on my mixer, which is I take audio in and I'm selective about what audio goes out. So I can hear you on Discord, but I can not send you Discord audio. Does that make sense? So that you will only hear everything but you. That's what I'm trying to do. All right. So we should be okay for today. I think we'll be fine. I think if I play sound effects, that didn't work. Fire! Oh, that's literally the one sound effect that doesn't work. That's a little loud. They're a little bit louder. You can use Discord chat to test with your chat's feedback. Well, the problem is I need to test it live. I need to make sure that it's working live because when I'm here on like this with the camera and everything, the audio is set a certain way. When I switch over to the game, the audio is set differently. Is that not making? Okay, we go. So I need to make sure that's why I say, like, as far as just working on Discord, that's fine. What I need is for it to work while I'm streaming. Working with Discord, like when I'm off stream, it's fine. I can just use the same microphone, change my audio settings, and then it's no problem. But I appreciate it. I'm sorry, Flash. Flash, I'm sorry. I'm not being super interesting right now. For anybody that's interested in this stuff, this is probably a very fascinating scenario. For anybody who's not interested, they're probably like, listen, shut up. I want to talk about Nintendo Direct. Sorry about that. Oh, and thank you, Sentinel, for playing that sound effect, because now I was able to hear. I wanted to make sure. I was going to ask somebody to do that just to make sure that the sound effects that you play are working fine. So everything is okay. So all the PC audio is coming in the right way. I have the PC audio coming in a different way also. So that's kind of what I'm curious about testing. I think that's what's the most annoying. It's a lot of trial and error. You know, turn this off, turn that on. All right. So let me go back up here and read some comments here. Sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, highest. So Uncle, about that new Star Wars Gold Edition, it's like the $110 with the Jabba the Hutt DLC or something, or like DLC mission. And Lilac, I saw Lilac responded to that. I think it was. Wait, was it Lilac? It's nothing new. Exclusive collector's edition DLC has been the norm for the better part of 10 years now. Yeah. I mean, it's a little different because normally that sort of exclusive stuff is like skins or weapons or something. This is actual story content. I would argue that we've, at the same time that it's, I don't even know if I'd say it was the norm. I'd say we used to complain about that. Marvel vs. Capcom 3, wasn't that the game that everybody was in an uproar because it had day one DLC extra characters? It's one thing to have a bunch of skins or costumes or something. It's another thing to have story content. It's another thing to have, well, I guess that also depends on how involved in the story the Jabba the Hutt stuff is going to be, because that could easily just be side content, which kind of changes the argument, and it kind of doesn't change the argument. You're right that we have kind of gotten to the point where that's kind of the norm. But we also used to say that we didn't like that. We also used to complain about that. We used to say, how dare they day one DLC us? How dare they break up parts of the game and then sell it to us on top of the $60 or $70 that we're paying for it? We used to complain about that, and now we call it the norm. And it's a shame that we did get to that point. Games have done story mission DLC since the I don't remember them on the 360 era. It happens, but it doesn't mean it shouldn't just be like, I don't see an issue. I thought people loved Ultimate. No, wasn't that the one that the day it came out, people were mad because there were like 2 DLC characters, or like 2 extra paid characters, but they were in the game because it was day one. And day one DLC is to push season pass sales, and later comes as a standalone cheap DLC a month later. Did they say that's what's going to happen? Or are you just assuming it? Like, I want to know if they said that. I want to know if they flat out said, is it early access? Is it, which to me, no, but again, that's the norm. Is it though? Is that the norm though? Just got a 1 hour call with insurance. Day one DLC on disc for both Marvel vs. Capcom. Oh, and Street Fighter Tekken. That's what I saw you guys saying. Street Fighter Tekken. Everything went shit when horse armor was allowed to become the norm. People loved MVC 3 Ultimate, but people were also pissed at the day one DLC. Yeah, I'm talking about the day one DLC thing specifically. Is apparently substantial enough for that they feel it's worth paying $100. I thought it was $110. I thought it was another $40. There was a good no. They announced one for tomorrow. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything yet. Marvel 3 had Shuma and Jill on the disc, but you couldn't use them unless you paid for them. So on top of the money that you had already paid. Obviously it's gonna depend on whether or not they release that storyline later. So because if after a month they say, oh well here's the problem with that. You get it for the season pass and it'll be this. You get it for the season pass and it'll be in the season pass purchase on its own. Mark my words. No, we can't watch the direct tomorrow because it's at 10 in the morning. It's still not a great practice. The reason it's not a great practice is because okay, it's become the norm, but we also said that we didn't like it, so we accepted the fact that it became the norm. Even if they offer it later, and say, oh, well, it's going to be in the season pass. We'll put it in a season pass later. Then you start to ask, all right, well, why is somebody paying $40 for it? Or $70 if it's $130. I thought it was $110. I thought it was $110 for everything, which is another $70, which is another $40. Why is it fair to charge people $40 for it when you're just going to offer it to people later, if for cheap or for free? You know, either way, it's a bad practice. Either way, it's not a great practice. And even if it was a fine practice, that's $40. It's if you said $5, $10, I would say, wow, that's kind of scummy. But people pay more for 3 days early access, which to me, it amazes me that people complain still. Wait, I mean, it's rightfully so to complain about micromanaging, microtransaction DLC. Like it's nickel and diming people. It's still annoying. It's still an annoying practice. What amazes me is we complain more about $1 and $2 DLCs, like 40 different $1 and $2 DLCs, and no one seems to think that it's a problem that they can charge you another $30 and give you 3 days early access. I think $30, $40 for early access for 2 or 3 days is way worse than Dragon's Dogma 2 and its laundry list of dollar DLC. I think that's way worse, and I feel like no one ever complains about that. I think that's ridiculous. And sure, it's the same thing like we always say, you know, oh, well, then if you don't like it, don't buy it. But then why complain? Isn't that the rule for everything then? Isn't the rule across the board, if you don't like it, don't buy it? People are complaining. Sentinel, you say that, and tons of people bought the Starfield early access. Tons of people will probably buy the Star Wars early access. What was the last game after Starfield? It was recent. I don't think it was Dragon's Dogma. There was another game that came out, and it was like $30. It was $100 for the deluxe edition, and it gave you 3 days early access. And okay, yeah, people are complaining about it, but they're also doing it. Enough people are doing it that the companies are going to keep doing it. We complain to other games rather than actually doing things about it. We still gave them money, and companies give zero crap about your complaints if you still give them money. It's why loot boxes were universally hated, but also made billions. It's why microtransactions are hated, and any good game with microtransactions makes a ton of money off of the microtransactions. But some are fine with it. The ones who are pissed at it are 100% justified. Absolutely. Could you not pay for early access? That's $40 for the season pass. If there's burying my head in the sand. I don't know why you're upset about. Like, I don't know. I don't think that we're getting hostile. I just think that it's an interesting discussion point. Are we not allowed to discuss it? I don't know. What's wrong with discussing it? Supposed to speak out if you have an issue. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just tired of listening. I mean, I'm kind of tired of talking about it, but it is a thing that keeps coming up, and you're kind of right. Like I want to bury my head in the sand with it, but then nothing changes. Then, I mean, nothing's going to change with us talking about it. Nobody cares, right? let's be honest here. I talk about it because it's interesting, and I think it's an interesting discussion to have, but ultimately nobody cares. You know, they're not going to, it's not like the companies are going to, it's not like Capcom is going to look at us and be like, oh no, they're talking about it. So I don't know. I feel like here's my problem, Lilac. I'll for your sake, Lilac, I'll stop talking about this because I'll have now this kind of triggers a different discussion. What is there to talk about that we can do anything about? Like, I feel like the discussions that we have here are I try to make them interesting, and I like to think that they're interesting, but ultimately, what can we talk about that we can change? Nothing that we talk about here does anything. Us talking about DLC and microtransactions, they don't care. Us talking about loot boxes, they don't care. us talking about where this franchise has gone and whether or not we think that the franchise should be this or that and what's an RPG and should it be turn-based or action-based or is Pokemon changing too much? Is Pokemon not changing enough? Or was ARMS a success or not? Or do sales matter? None. You know what? They don't care. Nobody cares. Like, nobody in the business cares about what we're talking about here. So, I don't know. Like, if I'm only supposed to talk about stuff that's going to change anything, I don't even know what we're supposed to talk about. You know, I don't mean this. I don't mean to come off as hostile or anything, and I apologize if I do. It's just I don't know what I'm supposed to have discussions about here if I can't just have a discussion. If I'm supposed to talk about stuff that changes things, like, I don't know what to talk about. I have no idea. Now I'm kind of self-conscious about the whole thing. Yeah, I work in the industry. Not sure what y'all are doing. I think it's worth talking about because you see here we have varying opinions on it. Yeah, I just think it's fascinating to discuss. You know, we come at it from a different angle, and you know, I don't know. We should be able to talk about anything because that's how we learn to figure out a thing or figure out at least for ourselves. Yeah, I don't know. I find it kind of fascinating, but you know, I don't know. I know that people are tired of it. That's why we don't talk about Well, I don't talk about politics and religion because people are very defensive about that stuff, and I don't know, maybe microtransactions in video games is turning into the same thing where people are sort of like they're picking their hill and they're dying on it because they don't want to, like, they're happy with it and they're not happy with it, and you're okay with how much of it is, and then you're not okay with how much of it there is, and it's fine until it's your favorite game and it's not fine. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to. Yeah, items in Smash, like it's free real estate. Now I don't know. Now I don't know what I'm supposed to discuss. You know what I mean? Now, you know, we got a Nintendo Direct tomorrow, an Indie Direct. You know, Silk Song. Now, man, I don't know. Now I'm kind of like, the stream started off bad and well, not bad, but it started off with the audio stuff, and now I just don't know what I'm supposed. I don't even know Lilac's still here, but I don't even know what I'm supposed to say anymore. Oh, there you go, Lilac. Like I said, people can talk. It's just that everywhere it's the same stuff, and it just goes in circles, and it's just tiring. You know, the one video game BAFTAs was a few days ago, and no one talking about the winners because all gaming media is dominated by that stuff. I meant to watch them too. Somebody linked them to me, and I no, it was the Developers Awards. I was gonna watch them here. But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, Lilac, because nobody's talking about it. Everybody says that they want. And that was why I was going to watch the developers. It was like the Developers Conference Awards or something. I was going to watch that live, and it was about an hour and 10 minutes. And everybody says they want a real award show. Everybody says they want awards that feel like they matter. You know, when the Game Awards comes around, everybody's like, this is just nonsense. It's just them, everybody stroking themselves, right? Making them feel good about video games. And then the Game Awards is just a bunch of commercials. It's all advertising, and every once in a while they mention an award. So an actual award show comes along, and no one wants to talk about it. It's just like, all right, I mean, what are we supposed to do? Like, you're absolutely right. So I kind of wanted to watch it on stream, but that's at a bad time. I can't watch that on stream, but. Even last year we joked about how no one cares about the BAFTA. Well, and that's a shame, and they won't care. And I guess this is kind of relevant to the discussion, but people aren't going to care until we care, right? It's our viewership here is not going to change anything, right? Like I said, you know, we get about 30 people here, which I very much appreciate every one of you, and I don't mean to discredit anybody for being here. I don't mean to reduce your significance to me and to the community. I don't mean to do any of that. But if we watched the BAFTAs and we got excited for them, no one would care. The industry as a whole would not raise the importance of the BAFTAs because we watched it here. It's not going to change unless everybody does something. It's not going to change unless we, as the video game community and the social media community, all agree that this is something that we care about. And that's not going to happen because we watched it. But it might happen because everybody watched it, and we would have to be a part of that. Jeff sucks at respecting the game industry. It seems like people only want the big things to change instead of... Well, no, I think people want... I think people want things to change. They just don't want to have to do it. And I know that that's a harsh thing to say, and that's a reality. And that's not just in video games. Sometimes it's in other parts of our lives. But we want things to change. We want people to take video game awards seriously and video games seriously. But we don't want to do our part, which is to care about this stuff, because we have to. I can sit here and I can say that, wow, no one on Twitter was talking about the BAFTAs. But you know what? I'm a hypocrite, because neither was I. I didn't watch it. I saw some stuff about the winners. I think BG3 won another award. But I'm a hypocrite because I didn't watch it either. I didn't talk about it. I had no plans to go over all the winners, right? Game Awards comes around, and what do? We line up the nominees. We take our picks. I write them down. We go over what we kind of got right and what we kind of got wrong during the Game Awards. We do all of that. And then the BAFTAs come around, and, I didn't know that was last weekend. Right? I can't do my part. I never cared about awards. Welcome to gaming, where we hate everything, just like to bitch. All jokes aside, video games are fun, and I love hanging out with y'all. I'd argue the caveat to the BAFTA point is that it's not a recent thing. Even here, we haven't complained about not watching the BAFTA. It's kind of more its own separate issue, but it's everybody's issue. You know what I mean? It's something that if you want the Game Awards to be about the awards, then you have to treat Game Awards like they're important. If you don't care about the Game Awards, then we have to act like it's not important. We have to not watch it. We have to not discuss it. But we do. I mean, I do, because it's a fun topic. I think that it's funny. I think that it's enjoyable to sit there and talk about. Like, the Game Awards comes at a good time because it's at the end of the year, so it's near the end of the year. So that's when we want to sort of start talking about what went on throughout the year. It's a good time for that. Like, to be honest, I don't really think about award shows right now, even though this is when we should be thinking about award shows, because having an award show for 2024 when the nominations wrap up at the end of October and then the award show is in December, that doesn't really make any sense, because there's still more 2024 to be had. People seem to forget that gamers are in the minority. We cannot compare to the normies and casuals. So what does it matter if we complain? Because we want to take care of our community. You're right. Normies, casuals, people who think that we're losers because we play video games, they don't care. But we do. So don't we want to build a better community for ourselves? Don't we want to build a community where we can speak about these discussions and understand them, and then we can praise the good games and criticize the bad games? Like, don't we want that? And not just the games, the practices. Don't we? You're right. The average person that is a casual or doesn't play video games at all doesn't care about microtransactions. They don't care about the award shows. They don't care about any of that stuff. But we want to, don't we? Don't we want to make sure that companies aren't allowed to gouge us with bad practices? Don't we want to make sure that the games that we love and that we think were the best games of the year get the recognition that they deserve, both in awards and just in the community at large? Don't we want that? I do. I think when I play a game that's incredible and the voice acting is fantastic and the story is great and the graphics are fantastic, I want people to know that game was great. I want people to say, "Man, that was a fantastic experience." And likewise, when a game is hot garbage, but it's really popular, but there's a whole bunch of bugs and glitches or microtransactions or a bunch of nonsense, I want people to talk about it. I want people to say, yeah, that's not a good idea. That's not a good practice. And I want people to say something, because I don't want the industry to move in that direction. I don't want that to be the case. People want things to change. But on an individual level, it's hard to do anything, so we talk about it to spread the issue, and then we run into a lot of stop being negative, and it's just like, yeah, and it just spirals on, and I don't know, I don't know what, I don't know. At the same time that I love talking about this stuff, it's if we're not supposed to talk about anything of substance, then we're only supposed to talk about fluff, and I like talking about fluff. but that doesn't do anything either. Like the idea that we talk about this stuff and it's not going to change anything. Talking about fluff doesn't change anything either. Right? We're going to talk. I want to see about the indie world. Indie world's coming up. Nintendo announced an indie world tomorrow, and we can talk about that, but that's not going to change anything. It's just an interesting discussion to have. Can we start a worst game of the year awards? You know what, Sims? That's kind of tough. Like I would argue that we could say the worst games that we've played, but worst game of the year is kind of tough because, you know, mobile games exist, right? Congress is the Gollum. Worst game. Well, that was last year, right? Gollum. What was the vampire one? Red something or something red or whatever it was. It was terrible. The Kong game was obviously one of them. Yeah. The main irony it becomes a case. The stuff I care about is the stuff that matters. Like we got people here telling us that it's completely fine to lose ownership of what we buy because it's on TOS, so deal with it. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. I feel like, as much as I'm somebody who is tired of issue after issue after issue when it comes to me trying to sit down and play a video game, I do admit that we can't bury our head in the sand, that we can't not talk about this stuff. We can't not talk about this stuff. We just can't talk about it every second of every day. That's the problem, is that you can't do that. And I know a lot of people probably left and they don't want to hear about this stuff anymore, but mobile games aren't gamers. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like a downer or anything. I know that this isn't the stuff that everybody's here. Even if it's interesting, it's still kind of a downer. But I don't know. I like what I don't know. I don't even know what I'm supposed to say at this point. Like I feel now I feel like anything I talk about is just nonsense. You know what I mean? Like I want to talk about the indie world and what we think are going to be there, but I'm never really indie world and the partner directs are never. I mean, indie world is usually not something that I'm crazy about. Like the partner directs tend to be a little bit better, but there's never anything I'm really looking for in the indie world, in the indie scene, right? I made the Silk Song jokes. Everybody made the Silk Song jokes, and now people are saying that because Silk Song was rated at some point, I forget when that was, but because now it's rated, it's now an actual possibility. Which again is just I just feel like everybody's kind of putting on the clown wig with that one. So eventually, eventually someone's going to be right. Eventually, one of these times, all the Silk Song stuff is going to be right. Is it going to be a farming sim, or farming direct, Yeah, but Dragoon, and that's kind of the point. You're teasing, but you're also kind of right. It's just like I want to discuss it, but I'm also kind of negative about it because not because I think that it sucks. It's just not something that I've ever been I've never really been excited for the indie worlds. Very rarely is there anything in the indie worlds that I think, oh my God, this is going to be awesome. And the times that I have is very few and far between. So indie world as a whole has never been something that I think, oh my God, here we go, baby. I make the joke because of Silk Song, and that's really it. And that's not to say that something good can't be in there, but they very rarely do I go crazy for them. We got to the debate about competitive Smash. How was that not nonsense? Yeah, you're right. It was a nonsense discussion. Nothing's going to change about that. I mean, half the time I'm talking out of my ass because I'm not in that community. So for me to even have that discussion is I'm a hypocrite. Well, not a hypocrite. I don't know what the word is there, but poser. Well, see, I'm not acting like I am in the Smash community. So. Or the Mario Kart community. But even then, it's worth discussing because what makes it work here is we do our best to balance the good with the bad, but that's special. And that's where the problem is. We have, for the better, in my opinion, mocked everything. Yeah, we don't discriminate or put favoritism, and it's part of why we always clash and join all over the place. The Silk Song crew is going to run out of clown makeup. Yeah, I know. The wigs are weak at this point. But yeah, they announced that. So I was just thinking. I was trying to think of it earlier about how, like, what do I even think I'm gonna see? What is there that I would want to see that I think is interesting? And it's all sequels to games that I think would be kind of cool, but I don't really think there is anything. I don't. Silk Song. Okay. Like I said, clown makeup for that one. But what else? Wait, let me ask you guys. What else would you want to see tomorrow morning at the Indie World event? Like, is there anything Plucky Squire. I don't know if that counts as an indie game. But Plucky Squire, which I think they already said it's out of 2024, right? Hades 2, I don't even know what the hell even counts as an indie game anymore. Hades 2 is in there. Hades 2 is coming out. They just announced that they're going to be opening up more like tech demo playthrough things. So I signed up for that too, so hopefully that pops up. Maybe we get a Nintendo mini game from a third party, like a Zelda Necro. I mean, that would be kind of cool. And yeah, Indie World. Oh, by the way, Indie World. I'll say it again. They announced a couple hours ago. Nintendo, straight up. Nintendo announced it, so this isn't a rumor. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, they're going to be in Indie World. But then we mock everything. Nothing is absent of it. But then we have clear groups of no, you're wrong, and the standards should be on my side. My favorite stuff is off limits. You're just a hater. It's not a mentality that I think. I don't know. Yeah, but at the same time though, AGM, you say that we mock everything. Doesn't that make me a hater? Right? I don't want to come off like a curmudgeon. I don't want to come off like, oh my God, this thing happened. Let's talk about how terrible it is. But we kind of do. You know what I mean? Pizza Tower. I thought Pizza Tower was out already. Oh, it's not on Switch. Oh. Is it not on Switch, Pizza Tower? Yeah, Hades 2. I mean, Hades 2 is still in there. They're still like tech demo phase. I'd be hyped for Pizza Tower. Let's talk about the Keanu Shadow. I mean, I don't know enough about Shadow to understand. I think it's cool. I mean, we kind of talked about it a little bit yesterday. It's cool that I think it's a great voice. I think it's a great choice for that character for John Wick to be Shadow, the character with guns. I think that's perfect. Yeah, we both love and mock. We don't do gaming taxes. Well, we don't play Xbox here. I'm biased for Pizza Tower because that's the closest I'll get to another Wario Land Sadness. Wait, Wario Land Sadness. I don't remember that game. Shadow had his human killed, so Keanu isn't. Actually, no, because at the beginning of John Wick, okay, so in Sonic the Hedgehog 3, Maria is the dog. Oh, so in John Wick, they kill the dog, and then John Wick loses his mind, rightfully so. In this movie, Maria's gonna get shot, and then Shadow's gonna lose his mind. This is appropriate. I kind of like where this is. I mean, that's not a wrong metaphor. Yeah, I think it's a great choice for the voice. Just voice, I think is fantastic. So now the game called Atomic Antonio. Interesting. Small hot take. I feel the Mario casting did irreparable damage to the discussion because Keanu has a decent amount of roles in a handful of VA projects, but yet someone flat out told me that he still doesn't count as a VA worth casting. Yeah, you're kind of right. You're right. I mean, we criticized. See, I don't know. We criticized Chris Pratt, right? Even that's kind of a weird situation. When people criticized Chris Pratt, they complained about Chris Pratt specifically. But in the midst of that, they argued that real VAs shouldn't be put aside for celebrities. Yeah, see, to be fair, Chris Pratt wasn't a good choice for Mario, and it wasn't. But at the same time that people were saying that, because you're right, there were people who were saying Chris Pratt was a bad choice, and there were people who were complaining that they shouldn't be bypassing true VAs in order for them to get big giant Hollywood celebrities because they want their name on the marquee. They want their name to be associated with it, which is what everybody thought of Chris Pratt. A lot of people thought that he's a bad Mario voice, but they got him because he's Chris Pratt. His name's going to be attached to the movie, and they want that to sell Mario movie. Like you needed somebody to sell the Mario movie. Yeah, Chris Pratt has VA cred. It's just odd. It's just a choice. Well, the problem, Stone, is that he has VA cred, and you have an actual Mario. You have a VA that's been Mario. And again, one of the things I said before is that maybe he turned it down, right? Maybe Charles Martinet turned it down. So we don't know. I don't know what the behind the scenes is for that, but at the same time that there were people that were saying they wish that they would go with regular VAs and not Hollywood actors, everybody was fine with Chris Pratt. Oh, not Chris Pratt. Jack Black. Everybody thought Jack Black was incredible, and I even thought that. I was like, it sounds like Jack Black, but Jack Black's voice works well for the role. So, do we want VAs instead of real voice actors, or do we just want good voices no matter who they are? Because the Keanu thing is a case of, sure, he's not an actual voice actor. He's not known for being a voice actor. But that's a great cast. That's a great casting choice. Dark Hater is someone who only discusses the bad as accept the standard. Here we mock everything, but also listen to why others might like it. Yeah, you're right about that. You are right about that. Oh, we also call out Chris Pratt for sounding like himself, but Keanu, I'm pretty sure, is going to sound like... And Dragoon, and that's a good point. We called out Chris Pratt for sounding like Chris Pratt. I say that Jack Black sounded like Jack Black. But it worked. Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong. I think Seth Rogen doesn't sound like anything other than Seth Rogen. There isn't a role you can give me that he has done as a voice actor that he sounds like anything other than Seth Rogen. But it kind of worked for Donkey Kong. Well, to an extent. I still hear Seth Rogen too much, but it works for Donkey Kong. So it was okay. Jack Black puts in an effort, though. I mean, I wouldn't say that Chris Pratt didn't put an effort. I don't think it was possible to not hear him. You know, it's just a funny way to say it, but I don't think it's possible to have him try and do that Mario voice and not sound like Chris Pratt doing a Mario impression. Because that's what I heard when I heard Mario talk in the movie. I heard Chris Pratt doing a Mario impression. Literally human Shadow the Hedgehog because of John Wick and Neo. But you do want an hour and a half of Mario actually talking in his video game voice. I think he needed something different for that movie, but Chris Pratt was kind of a weird choice for what I don't know. People said that before too. You know, we joked about that, like, oh, do you want an hour of Mario talking? But ironically enough, I'd be curious because when we think about Mario, when we think about Charles Martinet Mario, we don't have dialogue. I don't think there are. Does anybody know of a Charles Martinet Mario scene where it's just dialogue and it doesn't just sound like effects? Right? He's not woohoo and yahoo and oh hello. Do we have anything where Mario is actually I kind of wanted to hear that. Mario teaches typing. Well, that's not voice, is it? Yeah, I kind of would like to hear Martinet's take. Was that Martinet? Was that Wordy? Was that Charles Martinet? I'd like to hear Charles Martinet's take on a lot of those lines. And to hear what we would have had if we had an hour of Mario. What would that have sounded like if he actually got real lines and he actually got to emote? Because think about the movie. Think about the things that happen in the movie. Sure, you have the action sequences where Mario's jumping all around and he's doing woohoo and all of that. But you also had some really somber sort of moments. You had some moments where he talked to his family. You had some moments where he was really like connecting with some of the other characters. You had that great moment that I was always kind of pissed off that they never really expanded on and allowed to be more. The thing with him and Donkey Kong where they were talking about what it's like to be part of a family that kind of expects something else from you. Like that was such an interesting sort of poignant moment. And that would have been interesting to hear Martinet's take on Mario's range of emotion. I think that would have been cool. Cause yeah, without it, it just sounds like Chris Pratt. There are clips when he did trade shows. When he did Mario as the trade show, I like Mario doing dialogue. And again, not just like, hello, welcome to the trade show. I would like to hear him have that moment with Donkey Kong where he's actually emoting, where he's actually expressing himself and not being a character, if that makes sense. Mario reads you your rights. Mario Sports Mix video where me interviewed Mario. That's interesting. Let me know if you have that. But here's my thing. If Mario talked like that in the Mario movie, specifically like the plot we got, but with Charles, I don't think that would have worked. But I'd like to hear it. I'd be curious. I bet it would work. He's done it a few times, but we usually find it in cut content because they didn't feel most recently. They didn't feel it. Most recently, turns out Mario Sunshine had an entire Mario conversation cut out because they didn't feel it really ended up working. I mean, I feel like Mario Sunshine isn't that kind of game. I didn't play a ton of it, but I didn't play any of it, but I saw a bunch of it, and it didn't really feel like that kind of a game where Mario is going through these emotions, you know. And that's the thing. The Mario movie is very difficult because when we think of Mario, we don't think of that. We don't think of Mario with dialogue. We don't think of Mario having emotional moments where he's connecting with a character or even where he's overly upset. Like it's not. I'm using the emotional tone as my point, but we don't have scenarios where Mario is legitimately like, oh, I'm gonna beat his ass. Obviously not that intense, but we don't really have that as a Mario character in anything, I think. At the trade show, he had an entire conversation. Yeah, I'd like to hear that. I agree, especially since there's always a theme in DK games. DK was always trying to get Cranky's approval. Like, that was so interesting. And that, I mean, that's a separate tangent about what I think that the Mario movie failed at and what it had the possibility to do and what I think it failed at. But then that just kind of comes down to I want more that the movie never promised. It's funny because he played the dad Mario, and you're right. You're right. As the father in the movie, he did well. We didn't get a bad Mario impression. Mario Sunshine was early voice acting. Honestly, Mario Sunshine had my favorite Mario voice clips. The idea was planned to have more of that, but they didn't feel it. I mean, it kind of goes against the tone of the game. Would have loved to hear too. I just think a Mario movie from Inception wasn't up to that kind of voice work. See, AGM, I don't know, because if that were the case, those scenes wouldn't have been in the movie. It's not like they said we're going to have the generic Mario character in the whole movie. They specifically wrote it to have moments with Mario that we've never really seen before. So I would have been I think that's exactly what I think would have been interesting. Is that, wow, listen to Charles Martinet be an emotional, poignant Mario. We've never gotten to hear that. So clearly they had that in mind, because that's literally what they wrote. But then when it came time to cast it, they didn't cast it. And yeah, okay, maybe Martinet didn't want to do it or something, which I kind of find unbelievable, but it still falls in the realm of we don't know. But then you couldn't find somebody better. Okay. This isn't going to be that, though. I'll get a couple of clips on the trade show. Give me a second. I'll post it in Discord. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just tag me in it, Hero, so that I can watch them later. I don't even know how we got on that. Hang on one second here. Oh, I tried to download the benchmark for Final Fantasy 14. I don't think it works. I think you need to have an active account. Oh, Mario had an entire conversation with Toadsworth when they landed. They can but you can still see Mario pantomiming to Toadsworth. Yeah, I don't even know how we got on. Oh, we got on that because of the voice acting stuff and the Keanu as Shadow. Which again, sure, I wish that VAs had their own or were first to be considered, so that you don't have to get big name Hollywood actors to go up on the billing of the movie. I would assume that Shadow already had a VA. Like there, I don't know what the status of that person is. Maybe this is a situation where nobody's been doing the Shadow voice for a while, so this was an opportunity to sort of get somebody up. I don't know what. I literally don't know what the situation is. But we don't talk about that, right? We don't talk about the fact that Shadow has an actual VA. We talk about the fact that Keanu Reeves is going to do it, and it's a great match. And it is. It is a great match. I want to say Keanu. I just love. I'm always going around trying to find emeralds. I thank you, Hero. I meant to say they cut that. They cut that. Sorry. I didn't see. No, Latimer. They did yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Yesterday it was like rumored, and then by the end of the day, it was actually during stream yesterday. It was confirmed. It was confirmed. It could have been a really cool special feature to have a Martin A dub. But after people's reactions, I think Nintendo and Illumination are scared of what they would create, given how strongly people felt. Yeah, because at this point, you kind of committed to Chris Pratt. Because if you now change it from him, if you willingly change it, you are going to create a disconnect. You're going to create these movies don't feel interconnected, which I don't really think they should be interconnected. I think that the second Mario movie should kind of be standalone. In most Mario games, in the vast majority of Mario games, we don't get a backstory. We already know Mario's there. We already know he lives in the Mushroom Kingdom, and we already know that he fights Bowser in order to save the princess. We don't need any of that. So for the second movie, it'd be nice to do that. It'd be nice to just jump right into it and have that movie feel more like the Mario Brothers experience. But you're going to create a disconnect if you have a different voice. It's more Chris' movie contract with Universal, and doing Mario is easy, and he's a star. His name gets on the marquee, and it sells tickets. And also, just to highlight, people complaining about Shadow's casting. They all bring VAs who no longer do the voice. Everyone talks about SA2's actor or Jason Griffith. Nobody brings whoever did Prime or Boom. Yeah, and that's kind of why I was saying, like, I don't know what the situation is with the Shadow voice. Like, Martin A's an easy one. The Mario voice is an easy one because you know exactly who it is. You know, assuming R.I.P. Kevin Conroy. But when Kevin Conroy was in his prime as Batman, that's easy to say. Why did they change it? Why didn't they just get? And then you know the answer. You know who you fill in for that. But for Shadow, I just don't know. If I were to say why Keanu Reeves is a good pick. But why did they get him? Why didn't they just get... I don't know who fills that in. I don't know if the same... Like, how long has the... When was the last Shadow VA casting, and how long has it been that person? Add Yoshi and Daisy. They better add Daisy. Even Pauline and Rosalina. No, they have to. No, you can't do. You can throw Pauline in there a little bit. You can't really do Rosalina because I think if you throw in Rosalina and she's just a throwaway, people are gonna be upset. If you're gonna add Rosalina to a Mario movie, it needs to be about Galaxy. It needs to be about the stars and what's happening. It needs to be the Lumas or whatever they were. It needs to be about that. You can't have a movie that's not about that and then just throw Rosalina in there, unless you throw her in at the end to tease the third movie, which I think they should do. I think that the second movie should be about helping Daisy save Sarasaland. And I think at the end, they should tease Rosalina, and the third movie should be about Galaxy. Close to backstory. Close to a backstory with Wario than Rosalina. Got more in-depth backstory than those two. Than those two Mario characters don't really have a backstory. Yeah, like the Mario backstory kind of changes, right? They were plumbers in Brooklyn, and then they came through a pipe and ended up in the Mushroom Kingdom. That's usually the generic version of it. It's usually some aspect of that. Sonic Prime last year. Oh, okay, so Sonic Prime did have a VA for that. Yeah, Jerf, she was in there as a throwaway. And when I say I don't think she should be in the movie, I mean that I don't think that the movie should be about her. If you're gonna have her as a throwaway, that's no problem. But you can't have Rosalina as a throwaway. You can't do that. You have to. That has to be a character. That has to be one of the main characters in the movie. And unless the movie is about Galaxy, it doesn't make sense. I wouldn't say as a throwaway. I like the idea of movie 2 be helping Daisy and 3 being Galaxy. I think that that's great. I think that that's a great progression to the Mario story. I think that it introduces us to the right amount of characters in the right amount of time. Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Hold on. Everybody strap in for this one. Are you ready? Bowser is going to try and take over. He's going to try and team up. Bowser's going to team up to take over the Mushroom Kingdom, and he's going to team up with someone who is trying to take over Sarasaland, and they can help each other get what they want. Bowser, hold on to your hats, baby. Bowser teams up with Tatanga to try and take over Sarasaland and the Mushroom Kingdom together. After they're defeated, now in the third movie, they can use Tatanga's spaceship to get out into the galaxy and help Rosalina. There you go. That's it. Oh, yeah. I like where this is going. I just think the discourse for Shadow's VA falls apart when a demand is not going to the people voicing him, but rather to the people who stopped doing that over a decade ago. I actually don't think Mario 2 is going to have Daisy because the teaser and after credits was specifically Yoshi. So I think it's going to be some kind of Mario World adaptation with extras. Could be. Well, Mario World also had different biomes, right? The second world Mario World. No, Mario World had like the forest and stuff. Mario 3 had See, I think you can get away with that because wasn't the whole thing about Yoshi was that Yoshi was planned for Mario 3, but they literally just couldn't fit him because of storage. So I think you could get away with Yoshi, and then in the second world of Mario 3, isn't that Sarasaland? I mean, it's just the desert land, but I think we can. I don't think it's a stretch to say that World 2 of Mario 3 is Sarasaland. So, yeah, Mario World has no desert world, but Mario 3 does, and Yoshi was planned for before Mario World. So it's not a stretch to have Yoshi and Sarasaland in the same movie. It's not really a stretch to do that. In fact, you could. I think that might not be the right way to go. I was gonna say that you could have like dinosaur bones or something, and that's how they find a Yoshi egg. But Yoshis were their own sort of beings. They were somewhere else, which is ironically on Yoshi's Island. By the way, the fact that they're all called Yoshi and his name is Yoshi is always kind of a big pet peeve to me. It'd be like I guess it's like a guy named Guy. What if the second Mario movie adapts Mario Sunshine? Bowser Jr. frames Mario for a crime he didn't commit for revenge on the Mario Bros. That's not a bad idea. That's not. Here's my problem with that, Kia. Here's my problem with that. None of that involves Daisy, and that's why I'm vetoing the whole thing. If there's no Daisy, it's like naming your dog Dog. It is. It's like, oh, here's my son. Well, no, I guess it would just be human. There's a Peach. If there's a Peach movie, that's the one you'd probably see Daisy. See, I don't know. I feel like Daisy would be in there. Just put Daisy in. Problem solved. Couldn't the chocolate area been in the? See, I don't. That's the thing. I don't think you have to do that. If you're adapting Mario World, I don't know. I feel like I'd rather adapt Mario 3. I think Mario 3 is more interesting. I think Mario 3 has more diverse biomes, right? Because you have standard Yoshi's Island sort of world. You've got the desert area. You've got the water area. You've got the giant area. What was 5? 5 was the 5 was another sort of ocean area, wasn't it? 6 was the snowy area, and 7 was the pipe maze, and then 8 was Bowser's volcano area, lava place. Mario World Mario World doesn't have diverse biomes. You have grassy area 1, grassy area 2. 3 was the underwater one, right? Wasn't that the one? Hey, Spirit of Anakin. You have the forest, right? Which is not really a stretch from Soda Lake. That was the lake. You got Soda Lake, you got Chocolate Island, you got Donut Land. But they all look kind of the same. 2 was the 2. That's what Spirit. That's what I was thinking. That's Mario 3. The second area being all desert, that's Mario 3. Mario World, you go from the Yoshi area where you unlock the yellow blocks, and then you go up to where it's like the ghost house is. That's where the first. I think there's 2 ghost house in an area. I was thinking the same thing. I thought the same thing. I was like, no, the second area is desert. Like, nope, that's Mario 3. Mario 3. This is why I like Mario 3 better than I like World. Mario 3 has better world. But yeah, I would rather. Oh no, World 5 was the sky. I'm sorry, World 5 was the sky. World 6. No, World 6 was. Wasn't World 6 the snowy area? Yeah, World 5 was the sky. You're right about that because it had that corkscrew tower that sent you up to the sky. This is Henry Mixed Music. Also said, above about guy, as if there aren't tons of. No, I know that's why I kind of made a joke about it. Maybe because I suck at 3, but 3 has some frustrating levels. But the worlds themselves, the biomes themselves, I think they're really interesting. World 1 is plains, World 2 is plains, World 3 is cave. World 4 was bridges. That's what it was. Bridges over Soda Lake. World 5 was fortress. World 6 was mountains. 7 was the Star World. And 8 is Super Nintendo World. World 8 is Super Nintendo. World 9 is cave. Yeah, that's for Super Mario World. And World, I think Mario 3 had better areas. I would. The point is that I'd rather see those translated into a movie. I think Mario 3 translates better into a movie. Yeah, I think you can get away with that. I think you could get away with translating the worlds of Mario 3 into a movie, and then you can introduce Daisy in Sarasa Land. I just need Daisy in the movie. That's all I care about. Okay. I think we're good. What in the world popped up on my feed right there? What the heck? Sorry, I every once in a while I look through my feed and just really quick, and this thing is on my feed and I can't not look at it. I have to close this window. I have to minimize that. I don't want to. I'll link to you what it is. I looked over at my feed and this is what I saw. I'm gonna link you this. Technically, I saw it because somebody else posted about it. Here, I'll like it. And then I think everyone's forgetting about Sarasaland is 4 kingdoms under a single banner. Is it really? Is I don't know too much about Sarasalandian politics. I wouldn't say world gets represented that much. Obviously not as much as Mario 3. I don't know, even then I don't necessarily think. I think Mario for the most part is they go from game to game. You know, I the only time we've ever really explored them a little bit deeper was the cartoon, which has sort of a weird reception. I actually like the cartoons. I think the Mario cartoons are really interesting. Like even if they're kind of dated and hokey, I think that the Mario cartoons are probably the earliest example of kind of being true to the source material. It uses the music, it uses the sound effects, it uses elements of the world building. Like, I don't know. I think that those cartoons actually did really well. Yeah, the Adventures of Super Mario 3, it was the Adventures of Super Mario Bros. 3, and then they changed it to Super Mario World. A lot of the enemies in World I rarely see in other games. Yeah, they kind of do their own thing. Doctors, it seems my Daisy brain rot is getting worse. Is there anything that can be done? Yeah, gimme Daisy. Is that the one with Mama Luigi? No. So the one with Mama Luigi was the Super Mario Brothers Super Show. So that was the afternoon show, the weekday afternoon show, and then with the Captain Lou segments, it was the live action Mario and Luigi with Captain Lou Albano and Danny Wells. That was that cartoon. Then they made a Saturday morning cartoon. Yeah, the Mama Luigi stuff I thought was the Super Mario Brothers Super Show. And then they made a Saturday morning cartoon, which was Super Mario Bros. 3, and then eventually they changed that to Mario World because they added Yoshi and all. Oh, so it was okay. So Mario World was the Mama Luigi thing. I could have sworn that the Mama Luigi thing was Super Mario Brothers Super Show. Yeah, there's technically 3 Mario cartoons that I remember that I know of. Mario cartoons. Who is my favorite Mario? How so? Like design wise? All right. So let me see here. I like that the first question that comes up: are there any Mario cartoons? So there's a Mario Brothers Super Show. And that's about the Super Show. Mario 3. Saturday Supercade, Super Mario Brothers Super Show. He was on Captain N. Club Mario. Yeah. So the Adventures of Super Mario 3 was 1990, and then that changed to Super Mario World in 91. Hang on. Oh, Mama Luigi was Mario World. Oh, okay. It was when Luigi got Yoshi. Okay, yeah, then that was the Mario World cartoon. I was thinking the Mama Luigi thing was about Birdo, because I thought there was a Birdo sequence similar to that in the Super Show. Captain Lou Albano is mine. I mean, better than Bob Hoskins. I mean, there aren't too many Marios. I mean. I feel like Charles Martinet is the sort of obvious one there. Yeah. Other than that, other than Charles Martinet, you've got what? Captain Lou, Chris Pratt, and I mean whoever. Actually, was that Captain Lou? Was Captain Lou wasn't Mario in the Super Show, right? And Mario 3. Mario VA 1990? In the early 90s, Mario was voiced by Walker Boone, who would provide his vocal talents to both the Adventures of Super Mario Bros. I liked that guy. Oh, good job, Nintendo Life. I mean, he passed away some years ago, but I agree. So Walker Boone was the voice of Mario in the 2 cartoons. I kind of like that one. And he was the and Martinet, not Martinet. Captain Lou is the voice in Super Show though. I kind of like that one. Hope you can say Walker, Texas Ranger. In the Super Show, he was voiced by Lou. In Mario 3 and World, he was voiced by Walker. I remember liking the Mario 3 and World Mario. Captain Lou was good though. I think Captain Lou. I think Captain Lou really embodied the. Captain Lou really embodied the Mario that I think a lot of us think of, even the younger people who probably never saw that show. You know, he had this sort of New York tone, the sort of Brooklyn tone. He had the attitude. Like I think that that's a fun version of Mario, and I think that a lot of people kind of like that version of Mario. Oh, from the instruction booklet. Which instruction booklet for Mario Land? Sarasa Land is 4 kingdoms. Birabudo, Muda, like Dio, Easton, and Chai. I didn't know that. Well, I guess those are because those are the levels in Mario Land. The live action segments were cut from the broadcast over here, probably because they heavily relied on C-list American celebrity appearances. Yes, which it did. It absolutely did. It was, honestly, Mr. L, it was fun, but it was schlock. It was nonsense. It was Captain Lou and Danny Wells, and then you'd have like Ernie Hudson, who was Winston in the Ghostbusters. He showed up in one episode and was helping them with something. There was an episode where there was a psychic. And they needed her help. Like there's an episode where I don't know why I remember. I remember the weirdest things. The pipes burst in their apartment. They lived in like an underground apartment, and the pipe burst. So they had old pizzas laying around with extra cheese, but the cheese had turned into this like a sheet. So they would take the extra cheese off of the pizza and then put it over the leak, and then that would fix the pipes. It was blatant nonsense, but it was fun. It was nonsense that you knew it was supposed to be there. It wasn't supposed to be this serious, deep exploration into the world of Mario, and then they were hamming it up. Like they were hamming it up on purpose. They can make Daisy be her last name, be Princess, and she could be Peach's friend and Mushroom Kingdom's star athlete, which I like that. Maybe you could have Daisy be the star athlete, and then she becomes the princess of Sarasa Land. Ooh. Maybe the second movie is how they save Sarasa Land, and that's how Daisy becomes princess of Sarasa Land. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, Sergeant Slaughter was there. Like, oh man, I like this. We got to sit down and really write the Mario movie. And then, at some point, at the end of the movie, Donkey Kong comes in, and he needs Mario's help because his land. Donkey Kong Country, is being terrorized by the most sinister villain they have ever experienced, and they don't know how to stop him. Banana Hulk. It writes itself. The saga continues. Banana Hulk shows up, and they can't stop him. Oh my god. It's the Marvel Nintendo crossover we need. Oh man. Donkey Kong's movie is supposed to happen before Mario 2. Oh man, that's good. That's good. I'm telling you, this is it. This is the movie. We're getting there. We're getting to the. We need to get to the Avengers level event of Nintendo character movies. Okay. They would never do this. They would never do it. But if you had the Mario series and you had, don't rush it or we end up with Justice League. The wordy, that might be what I'm about to say. You have the Mario movie. You have Donkey Kong movie coming out. You make a Zelda movie. You make a Metroid movie. And then you have them all come together. No, not for Smash. You have them all come together for the Captain N movie. Captain N will be the Avengers level compilation movie. I want to watch it. I already want to watch this. I want to watch where this is going. Nintendo, never say never. Yeah, Dragoon. Can we agree that Captain N the movie is never going to happen? The N with a capital N, that's never going to happen. Yeah. Throw Mega Man. Well, you would need you would need a Mega Man movie because Mega Man was in Captain N. Captain N's friends it was Captain N, it was Princess Lana, who was an original character for that, and then it was Simon Belmont, Mega Man, Kid Icarus, who they called Kid Icarus, not Pit. I think that was it. Oh, and Duke the Dog. And then the villains were Mother Brain with King Hippo, the Eggplant Wizard, and Dr. Wily. That was the primary heroes and villains. Did they add Game Boy later? I don't think I saw the Game Boy one. I remember the Metroid episode. I do remember I didn't remember the Metroid episode, and what I remember distinctly about the Metroid episode was they were like bombs, and then they kind of laid a bomb to blow their way through a hole or a door or something. And I remember thinking it's a clever way to do the thing that they did in the game, but she had bombs. Would Mega Man be green in this movie as well? No, it'd be the Mega Man from the cover of the first game. Yeah, they crossed over with the Zelda cartoon in Captain N also. That wasn't a bad episode. That was an okay episode. The one thing I remember about the Zelda episode that I got a huge kick out of was they tried to talk to an NPC, like one of the standard town people, and she was afraid, and she goes, "Please, I know nothing." And it kind of made me laugh because when I play games and you talk to the townspeople, and like she kept doing it. They kept asking her, and she was like, "I know nothing." And, when you talk to the NPCs in games and they're not going to say anything, they just repeat the same thing. And I thought that was a really clever use of that. I thought that was a really, really clever way to say this is a character that is not relevant to the story. But she's afraid, so she just says the same thing over and over again. I thought it was kind of clever. Mega Man can't even get a good show, let alone a new game. Do you think he's going to get a movie? What do you mean Mega Man can't get a good show? Wasn't that Ruby Spears cartoon amazing? Am I the only one that actually thought that was a good cartoon? Like, am I feel like I'm the only person that likes that cartoon. Like, genuinely, I liked it, and not just the intro. I thought it was a good cartoon. Everybody trashes it. The internet's gonna have a fun time with a movie like oh my god, brother. Sag, there's a few ways I can take that, and that's a problem. I liked most of it. I didn't watch the second. I have the first season on DVD, but I didn't watch the second season. I never picked it up. There was a Mega Man show with a guy called Dr. P. Oh, is that the modern one, right? I can't believe that show even came out. Oh, not talking about Ruby Spears. Yeah, the recent one, the CGI show. Yeah, I like the Ruby Spears one. But that's what but Dragon, you said that Mega Man can't even get a good show, and I think Mega Man had a good show. I don't know why suddenly it had what it had now. Sage being better. Is Sage being better or is he still running around? Well, he's asleep right now. I mean, to be honest, CT at his age, running around is better. I would when people ask me how he's doing, I say he's doing great. He's running around. It's when I don't see him run anymore that I would worry. And when he's not being loud and annoying, right? I wake up in the morning, I was like, buddy, I'm going to feed you. Chill, okay? Oh, with aggressive feminine proactive role, whose special abilities were domestic play. Yeah, I mean, that was Mr. L. Maybe dating it a little bit too much on that one. But the fact that her Mega Buster was a vacuum cleaner is, woo, I mean, that's kind of, yeah, that's probably not the right message there. Yeah, thinking back, that was a problem. Yeah, you're right. Let's be fair. Rock and Roll were supposed to be cleaning robots. Yeah, they were not. Well, they weren't supposed to be combat robots. Because Rock, I don't know what he was meant to do, but I don't think he was meant to clean. But he also wasn't meant to be a combat robot. Why is Japan obsessed with what's this? Puyo? You mean Puyo? You mean the Puyo games? Is that what you mean? I don't know. I think we would like them here if we had them. Okay, this screen. I have to reduce that screen. Is Rolla Roomba already? They had a character in Mega Man show called what? What? Wait, Rock? You mean? Oh, what Trio said? Housekeeping robot. Were they both housekeeping robots? I always thought I thought Rock was meant to do something else, but not a combat robot. I didn't know he was supposed to be a house cleaning robot. Rock and Roll were just Dr. Light's assistants. Yeah, I thought maybe they were like assistants or something. I didn't know they were meant to. I mean, assistants as in to do whatever, not just clean the house. Or they were both housekeepers. Yeah, I guess if they were like fixing the house, that's kind of interesting. Then why not convert Roll? Wouldn't that be an interesting Mega Man experience? Is that like they go with the Ruby Spears sort of setup where they were house cleaning robots and then they designed he converted Mega Man to be a combat robot, but then as you go on, you find out that he also converted Roll. So then Roll, like, because Roll's always kind of like the joke character. What if you actually converted her into a combat robot? I think that would be kind of interesting. Because the Ruby Spears version, Roll was the same age as Mega Man. Now, a lot of the time when we see Roll, she's a real little girl. I thought Rock was a lab assistant and Roll was a maid. For some reason, Light gave Rock a strong sense of justice. I don't know what he gave Roll. A vacuum cleaner for a hand, apparently. Mega Man Powered Up does that. In Mega Man 11, you can see Rock in the middle of doing housekeeping before the game really starts, which I never played. No, I played 11. 11's the one that I played. I didn't play 10. 10 is the one that I missed out on. Which goes against Mega Man being an Astro Boy ripoff. Should have definitely been a robot's son. That Mega Man show had a story arc where X showed up for a bit in the second season. I never picked up the second season. Roll was playable in that Mega Man 1 remake. I mean, she was playable in Marvel vs. Capcom 1. I don't know about 2. She was playable in Marvel vs. Capcom 1. I think she was a secret character. Oh, that's what made him so special. Because as a cleaning robot, he did a very uncharacteristic thing and volunteered to be changed, which was the start of what led Light to eventually create X, because Mega Man was very un-robot-like. He was more human. Yeah, hello, Ryan. Yeah, Roll never considered asking to be upgraded. In Mega Man 11, Roll seemed more like Light's assistant, and as she helped with the other robots. Tatsunoko vs. Capcom Roll was playable. Started playing Mario Sunshine on my All-Star 3D copy. I'm a chuckster. I have my XY. I have my Mario 3D All-Star still in the shrink wrap. I never played it, so I'm sure any minute now it's going to go up in value, and I'm going to be able to retire by selling that copy of the game. Yeah, it wasn't Rolling Tatsunoko. That's what somebody else said. That's what Kia said. That she was playable in there. My 3D All-Stars didn't explode. No, it's fine. It's in the shrink wrap. It's waiting for the value to go up, because of the prices of video games. It's such a rarity that Nintendo, they stopped manufacturing it so quickly. So it's such a rare game why would I open it? I'll just wait for it to get re-released on the Switch too. Like I said, Rock for some reason had a strong sense of justice, and the only reason he'd have to was due to Light giving it to him. So Light being surprised by this just kind of falls flat to me. It depends. It depends, Trios, because now you have an interesting story where what if that's the point? What if the point is that he didn't give him that strong sense of justice, but he developed it on his own? That would make sense for Light to be more fascinated by Rock, because it would be the situation of, I didn't give him that. I didn't teach him how to do that. Why is he doing that? So that would make him a topic of research. That would make him something where Dr. Light would say, yeah, I'm gonna do more research on this. I need to figure this out. And then maybe he builds a robot where he tries to do it on purpose. You know, if he built a robot with a strong sense of justice by accident, how much better could he make a robot that's like that on purpose? And then that's X. Robble? Beanie Baby Delusions. There we go. I was glad somebody understood that joke. I grew up with Mega Man Battle Network 2, 3, 5, and 6 are good. Avoid 1 and 4. I think the idea wasn't that Light made him more, but that he was. These Nintendo franchises could make some real great shows if they tried, and that's what everybody gets upset about. Is that it just becomes, kind of fluff. It becomes, which you were really not expecting a lot, but at the same time you could actually make a lot of great things out of these shows. Yeah, then you end up with X and that goes badly. Which Trios is then why X is put into a stasis until he can be corrected. The Archie Mega Man comic really goes into that. A big arc was talking about how robots eventually got retired and shut down willingly because it's their time, and Mega Man legit has a panic attack, which surprises even Light. Yeah, I think I don't know enough about Mega Man lore to really talk about it at a point, but it does sound like there's a lot of interesting lore there. And then Light just decided to die. Then Dr. Light created power-up pods with varying levels of advancements, because somehow Dr. Light knew, well, he's probably going to lose his armor and his helmet and his buster weapon, right? Better make 3 pods with buster weapon upgrades, because he's probably going to lose the first one. However, the Mega Man 2 Game Boy is canon, and that's what happened to classic Mega Man. Dr. Wily kidnaps him and forces him to fight his past self. Light would have to sound like he does in Mega Man 8 if that was ever a show. That's actually a plot point in Mega Man 9. What would you do if someone dressed up as Batman asked for a train ticket? Been watching SGB? Wait. Dressed up as Batman asked for a train ticket. I'd literally wonder if the convention's in town. You can take the train from where I am to go into Center City, Philadelphia, which is where they hold the comic book convention, FanFest. There's a comic book convention there, so like a huge one. So more than likely, I would assume it's around that time of year. But I'd sell him a ticket if I could. I wouldn't give him one for free. We're not handing out justice here. And then you know, but Sigma, who went evil due to too many Ligma jokes. I was probably going to lose his parts like 6 times in a row. We better make him some more weapons and pods and stuff. Always figured that Light knew the OG Mega Man always sought to upgrade himself to face bad, so he probably assumed X would do something similar. He made over 40 capsules beforehand, just in case. But, and Ego, what would have happened if X found all... That's a good question. What would have happened if X found all of those capsules all in one game? How many power-ups could you possibly have? Must have been diagnosed for too long. He becomes too much of a pacifist for a robot with a gun for an arm. The big riddle. That's what for. What train do you work for? Well, the SEPTA is the regional train in our area. I don't work I don't work with them, but that's the mass transit in our area. To be X was a perfectly fine idea. The issue was Dr. Kane making millions of untested copies of X that didn't go through morality testing. Batmobile is busted, going green. You be a green Batmobile dude, right? The green biker dude from the beginning of Mega Man X2. Okay, give me 1 second here. That one. There we go. Okay. You ever wonder why you follow some people on social media? Because, and this is sadly it's not completely unrelated to what we were saying earlier, but you ever wonder why you follow some people on social media? Because every time you see their post, it just irritates you. Like every time I see the person's post, I think, ah, brother, here we go. So Mr. Cosmo has big riddle and asked Johnny to solve a dubious riddle. I'm sorry, not sorry, but also kinda. I follow them for cats and bios. What is the art? Not that one. Yeah, sometimes I wonder. Hey, wait, Greg follows me? What? Yeah, if you feel that way, unfollow them. Like, I know I should, but I don't know. Yeah. Unfollow. There we go. I did it. I unfollowed. All right. Sorry, Dragon. Oh, man. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm going to get my coffee. Actually, no, I don't have coffee anymore. I'm going to grab my water. And then when I come back, we're going to get back into bullet dodged. Look, huh? What did I do? When I get back, we're going to jump back into Final Fantasy 16. So Trios, you have a good one. But yeah, we'll jump back into Final Fantasy 16. I forget what exactly we're doing, but I'm gonna try to practice my rotation a little bit. I'm gonna try to fight a little bit more consistently this from now on. I'm gonna try. I see videos of really cool combos and stuff, and like crazy long strings of combinations. So I'm going to try to work out a better rotation, something that I can function with, you know? But yeah, give me a few minutes and I will be, oh wait, I'll be right back. Let's hope this audio works. Just tell me if it's working. All that Wawa coffee caught up with me. What's this? It's working if a little louder than usual. Here, hold on. There we go. That should be okay. That was easy. I just had to adjust that separately. Tekken and Mega Man are split timeline. Mega Man is if Heihachi became a scientist. Tekken is if Dr. Wily had a kid and was into karate, and Dr. Wily and Heihachi are secretly the same person. That's my game theory. There's a song of Final Fantasy IX that sounds just like that song. I'm trying to remember which one. Yeah, let me know. Maybe there's a more updated version. Hi, buddy. Speaking of seizures. Wait, buddy. Hi. Meow. He was asleep, and then I checked the mail, so now he's awake. Meow. Buddy, how are your nails? You can cut your nails later? What do you think? Not yet. It was that Dark City with the card tournament. I mean, it's been forever since I played 9, so. Treno? Holly, I have to go back and play a video game. But I'll give you some treats. Here you go, buddy. I'll just throw some treats now for you. There you go. Ow. Is that the song there? We're gonna get copyright claimed for Final Fantasy. So let's just listen to this one. I've turned it down a little. I don't know. I'm not hearing it. It's much slower. Here, let's speed up the playback. 1.75. I kind of like this. All right. I kind of like this. This which is sort of the point, because that's what the other song sounds like. It sounds like the short movies, right, from the 20s, from the 1920s. Well, I have to specify that. The silent movies, yeah, like a Charlie Chaplin film. And then there's a cut where it's like you hear the talking, or it's just the static screen of the words. I kind of like it. What if I go faster? Hold on. What if we go faster? No, stop. 2 times speed. This might be too fast. I think I like the 1.75 better. This is kind of working for me. I kind of dig this. Pablo Enriquez, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I kind of dig this. How about 1.5? Let's try 1.5. What a weird stream this is devolved into. 1.5. I feel like this is gonna feel slow now. I think we should have started at 1.5 and then gone up. Yeah, see, I think we typical Thursday, but it's Tuesday. I think we should have started the other way. I like the 1.75. Not doing the best. Yeah, I think the faster is better. What did you say? What if I slow down the Final Fantasy VI track? All right, so let me find. Hold on. So I'm gonna put this back to 175. Yeah, see, this definitely sounds like a short film, like a silent film era. All right, so hold on. Spinach rag. FF6. Yeah, like vaudeville. There you go. Is this it? Look at how fast. What was that? 1.75. This is how fast this was. I don't entirely hate it, but this is unusable. Play me off, Johnny. Yeah, this is unusable. Hold on. Now let's go slower. Let's go to point. Let's go to 0.5. Now it sounds like that Treno song. It's too slow. Way too slow. Now it's spooky. Ooh. Oh wait, hold on. Let's make it worse. Nah, too slow. Too slow. There's no song there. Sounds like creepypasta carnival music. Yeah, this isn't bad. This isn't bad. How about 0.75? Wait a minute. This isn't bad. I kind of like this. I think I like the Treno song at 1.75 more than I like this. Wow, I might have to reconsider. I might have to consider that song for the new intro music, or for the new Be Right Back music. If you want to laugh, look up Super Mario World Ghost House Music 2x speed. By the way, this is when I think of that kind of music, I think of Spinach Rag, but I also think of this. Here. Ooh. This is at 0.75. The speed alteration does reveal. Yeah, that's the only problem, is that when you slow it down, like, it needs to be, Mr. L, it needs to be slowed down and cleaned up. I like it. I like it. This is good. You can move to this. Speaking of music, how did you like Sandland's music? What that was hysterical. What a gag by them to do that. All right, hold on. So let me. By the way, this is I'm sure everybody's familiar with that song, but this is what it's supposed to sound like. Which is probably my favorite Mario song. Like, in all of the Mario franchise, I think this is probably my favorite song. Especially when you get on Yoshi, and then the little bongos kick in. Yeah, increase the speed. Hold on, here we go. Mess with the sound. Well, on YouTube, you can just up the speed of the playback speed. So I'm just doing that. Right here, when you get on Yoshi. I like it. Yeah, whenever you get on Yoshi, that's where the bongos kick in. Oh, you didn't know yeah. If you just go if you go to a YouTube video and you mouse over it, you'll see all the stuff at the bottom, which is like the volume controls and everything. If you go to the settings gear, it lets you change the playback speed. All right, we gotta up the speed here. 1.5. Let's go 1.5. Let's not make the same mistake we did last time. Speedrunners be like, wow, aggressive bitch. That's 1.5. We just got it. We got to go all out. We got to go to 2. Oh, that's great. Here we go. Ludicrous speed. 2.0. You don't have a chance to listen to the music. It's the most aggressive bongo playing I've ever heard in my life. Oh my god. The bongos are bursting into flames. Oh, that's funny. That gets your anxiety going. It's going so fast. Now this feels slow. That's funny. I gotta remember that. Actually, here, hold on. I'm gonna. No, not that one. Okay, I'm gonna keep that in a tab. I may have to. I'll probably just like record that version at faster speed. See how I feel about using that. Dragon Force, eat your heart out. This is what goes through Sakurai's head while he's making Smash characters. Imagine Donkey Kong playing those bongos in Conga. Your bongos would just break. They'd just be automatically broken. That's hysterical. Oh, Ghost House 2XP. That's what I was supposed to look up. Hold on. I knew I was doing that for a reason. Ghost House 2X Speed. Oh, Mario. Apparently, if you don't say Mario, it doesn't make any sense. From which game? It's like there's new Super Mario Bros, the new Super Mario Bros. Wii. Which version of the song? I guess Mario World? Yeah, you can speed it up in Audacity and click. That's probably what I'll do. Mario World. Here we go. This song. This is normal speed, by the way. When you're not playing the game, this really does work. It really does. The build-up. So this is, so what am I going? 2x speed? 2x speed. It got all distorted, but that's not bad. It's a little weird. It's very weird. Hold on. Let's bring it down. I feel like that might not be a bad song if you slow it down a little bit. It's 1.5. That's not bad. That was not bad. Kia, it's the it's the little thing. It's the little key, that little note that's going. That's not bad. This is, you know what this is? You kind of said that. This is anxiousness when it's at 1.5. Ronan, this feels like you're running out of time. You know, when you get within 100 seconds and you're running out of time in the level, that's kind of what this feels like. Background cat. Coming to you live from the softball field. Again, it's hot. What do I hear? We're playing different songs at different speeds. Yeah, that's why it kind of triggers that anxiety, because it's that right? And it's kind of your brain is trained in video games that when the music picks up, you're running out of time. So I think that's why it did that. You know what song I caught a clip of and I can't get enough of? Doom Eternal. The only thing they fear is you. This part of the song in the middle is amazing. And I caught a YouTube short of somebody listening to that part of the song. It's incredible. Like the soundtrack itself is fine. It's great for what it is, obviously, but that one specific moment in that song, listen, yeah, I gotta. The only thing they fear is you. It's the generic song, right? Oh wait, hold on. Normal playback speed. Okay. So like you hear it, right? No wonder. Now I wonder what the sonic drowning music at 2 times is like. So like that's the normal song. Let me get to this part. This is incredible. God damn, that's good. That one part of that song is incredible. I can't get over how good that is. Gotta have one more. My God, that is unbelievable. I can't believe They sold this soundtrack for $60 and then they gave you a game for free. That's such a good deal. Man, now I wonder what it sounds like at a double speed. No, I'm not. I'll let you guys experiment with that one. I'm going to try that later, though. To be fair, you get a Full Metal album and a free fighting game with Guilty Gear. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You do get a full game with that one too. That's a good deal. That's a pretty good deal. Eternal is hard as hell though. Yeah, I mean that's like we talked about it before about how Eternal kind of assumes difficulty wise, Eternal kind of assumes that you already played the first 2016. Eternal is hard as hell though. Have you listened to the modern? I actually haven't. I haven't listened to the Modern Killer Instinct soundtrack. I should. As a person not really into Doom, I like Doom's music. Doom has great music. The gameplay. Let me switch over to the game here. The gameplay is fine for what it is. I think Doom is great gameplay. Doom is. I said this before when I played it on stream. Doom is all style and little substance, like 2016, and I didn't play Eternal yet, but it's all style and very little substance. But the style is amazing. It's right there. There's not character depth. There's not deep story. There is not. You know what I mean? There's not the adventure game progression. It's not really hard puzzles. No, and Stone, it's an amazing shooter. It's an amazing shooter, but there's little to it outside of the shooting. It's a power fantasy. You play it because it makes you feel powerful. You don't play it because there's a good story. You don't play it because there's deep characterizations and deep character growth. Like you don't play it for that stuff. You play it for the style. You play it for the rock music. You play it for the metal, I guess I should say. You play it for the attitude, the tone, the violence, the ultra violence of it all. You play it for that. You play it for the style. But the style is second to none. There is no game that does it better in that regard. There's a I think Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal are the primary examples of why Doom is at the top of those kinds of games. There is no game that does it better than Doom. I hope you control Samus like you control Doom Guy in the next. Oh my God, I feel like she would be insane if she controlled that well. Yeah, Doom is the definition of boomer shooter. It is. When you play that genre, when you play an RPG, when you play an adventure game, what you want is a good story. You want good mechanics, obviously, but you want a good story. That's the adventure. The adventure is the exploration. It's the journey of the game. That's what you want out of it. If you had a really good fight, if you had an adventure game with really decent fight mechanics and an ass story, you would feel let down. Even if the gameplay was good, you would feel let down because you bought an adventure game that you want the adventure. You want there to be something interesting going on. When you buy Doom, you don't get that. It's like Mario. No one bought a Mario game because they were expecting a deep story. No one buys Doom because they're expecting a deep story. They're buying Doom because of the badass gameplay. And there is no game more badass. Story is secondary to me in an RPG. Well, what do you like? What the I'm guessing the combat mechanics. Is that what you're a fan of for that? Which is not a problem. Which isn't a problem. But okay, so then it's sort of the same thing. If you bought so Stone, if you bought an RPG that had what is it that you like? Is it like the combat mechanics and the fight system and stuff? Is that what it is for an RPG that gets you going? So called because every other sound in the game is boom. Metro Prime felt more in depth to me. Yeah, Metro Prime is more in depth. It's puzzle solving and it's more exploration and there's a story that you follow, and there's progression through the story. Like, there's things that happen in Metro Prime. In Doom, you don't, even if there are things that happen in Doom, you don't care. Like, nobody, I feel like nobody's buying Doom. I mean, I know that there's going to be some people that say they do, but I feel like you don't buy Doom for the story. You buy Doom because you know what kind of game you're going to get, and then, oh, look at that, there also happens to be a story there. And there happens to be something that you can follow. Like, you guys explained Doom to me, and it took all of 5 minutes. As a matter of fact, there's lore, and the lore is the game just building you up as that guy. They build you up in logs, basically saying that you're him, you're goated, and there's no other. And yeah, so that's not lore, right? I mean, it's lore, but it's not story. It's not a progression of story and an adventure that you go through. You bought Doom, you picked it up at the store, and you brought it home and you put it in your system because you are about to rip and tear until it's done. You didn't buy it because you can't wait to see where the story goes. You might be interested in that, but that's not the primary thing. I don't know. Maybe for some people there is, but I feel like the gameplay just overshadows that. I'm not saying there's no substance. There's definitely something else there, but for the most part, you're buying it because it's Doom, because it's badass and it's incredible and it's a power fantasy. You feel violent when you play that game, and it's good. Yeah, the game itself doesn't care for the story. Like, that's the whole, that if anything, I would argue that that's one of the jokes in the game, is that they try to tell you things and Doom guy's just like, whatever. Interesting combat mechanic, exploration, progression, dungeon design. Good story can elevate an RPG for me, but there's a game to be had there. There's a few RPGs that carried me through a bad story. So then Stone, what if it was the other way around? What if you bought an RPG and the story was top notch, but the gameplay sucked? You would say, I'm glad that the story's good, but that's not what I'm here for. You know, there's something. And I guess that's what I mean. I say that about RPGs because that's usually what I'm there for. I need good mechanics. I absolutely need good mechanics. Nowadays, I definitely need some good quality of life stuff. I feel like whenever I complain about a game, it's usually because of weird quality of life things and omissions and stuff that I feel like other games did this, so why doesn't this one do it? But the story is very important to me. So I feel like I could get by. I do prefer the mechanics to be something I can work with, but I'm also open to mechanics being different. But I have dropped games because I just don't care about Final Fantasy 13. You know, to go back to that one. One of the reasons I didn't continue playing that game, I thought the mechanics were a bit different. It was definitely something that I wasn't used to for a Final Fantasy game, and an adventure game in general. I would say I felt like at the time I hadn't played a lot of games like that. So the whole thing felt different to me. The biggest thing that made me drop the game was that I just didn't like the characters. I didn't care about the characters. I couldn't have cared less what happened to any of them. If I'm enjoying a story but the game is ass, I'll drop it and watch YouTube cutscenes. Yeah, so I feel like that's the same thing. I feel like Doom, if you bought Doom for the story, you're going to be disappointed. But what you're getting is style. Style being torn out of a demon every second that you're playing that game. And that's good. You know exactly what you're getting. There's no confusion about what you're getting when you buy a Doom game. There's no, oh, I wasn't expecting that. Why? Why were you not expecting an ultra violent game with minimal story? Because that's what Doom is. Shit story with good gameplay for me would be doable. I enjoyed Final Fantasy VIII for what it is. I'm blasting that Doom song from earlier. Oh my, it's so good. I worked out to it yesterday and I almost threw the weights through the roof. Like it is, the story is meh, but the combat is decent. I can get by that, but I will just rate it as such. Yeah, you can literally rip a demon's ass off and hit him with it. I love Kingdom Hearts gameplay. I don't care about the story. Doom is an honest game. It's very upfront with what it is. Wait until you see my 13 playthrough. I'm gonna rip through a single character. I'm gonna rip through a single character in that game. What do you mean? Like you're gonna beat him up? That being said, what I consider truly great RPGs have both great game and great story and art and sound. Yeah, I mean, obviously, well, Stone, I feel like the games that, especially for something like that, because I think that RPGs in that way are unique. Adventure games in general. Oh, verbally. Yeah, I was thinking something else, Ronan. I think that RPGs are unique in that way where you kind of do need that. I feel like if anything falters in an RPG, you're gonna have trouble, right? We can say that you can play a game with good gameplay and bad story, or vice versa, but you'll notice if any one of those is bad. Like Doom, like I said with Doom has minimal story. You don't care. You didn't buy it for that. You didn't expect that. So there's no loss when you don't get that. When you buy an RPG, you do kind of buy it for everything. You do kind of buy it for the story. You do kind of buy it for the gameplay and the mechanics, especially if you engage in a particular franchise, which I'm not gonna. That's a whole Final Fantasy discussion, but you do engage in it because you do want a good balance of all of that stuff. So I depending on the people, I'd say that music is something that, as much as I love music in games, I would also argue that music is sometimes something that I'm not super aware of, especially if I'm playing on like the Switch handheld or in tabletop mode. Maybe I'm not hearing the music all the way. So people will ask, like, if Unicorn Overlord, if you ask me what my favorite song is from Unicorn Overlord up to this point, I couldn't possibly tell you. I'm only kind of half listening to the music. Every once in a while, there's a decent song that I think is all right, but I don't know it. I don't, there's nothing that I heard that I thought, holy crap, this song's amazing. Except for some of the boss music. It's kind of hard to say boss music in that game, but except for some of that, whenever the vocals kick in, whenever I hear epic music for a fight and then vocals kick in or chanting or choir or something, right? That's usually when I think, oh, that got my attention. It's very rare for me to outright drop a game. I don't think I ever went. I don't care for the characters, so I'm just not going to play it. I mean, I've never dropped a video game. I've never just stopped playing a game. You know. Blind Doom Eternal for your premiere solo SGB playthrough. Oh my god. I think I would just piss them off if I tried to do that. Besides Doom, I feel like Doom is going to be an Elliot thing if we ever get to that. Well, they did Doom 2016, right? Did they do Doom Eternal? I don't know if they did Doom Eternal. Paper Mario 64 is a very basic story, but I enjoyed the substance to it. Yeah, I mean, there's not. Oh crap. Give me a minute here. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. I meant to do the be right back and I hit starting soon. Sorry about that. No, I had a phone call. It was a very important phone call regarding my roof situation. So I called them regarding an issue, and then but they always have to get back to me, and it always takes a couple of days. So we're live, right? Yeah, that's all. That's all. Yeah, I don't want to. I'm sorry. I just had to take that really quick. I didn't want that to sound like it was an emergency. No, I had to take that phone call. Okay, but we're back. So now we can get into the game. Okay. Gunfire Reborn. That's a cool looking game. And it's got cats. Sorry. All right. So let's get back into it. Oh, let me change stream info here. Now I got that Doom song stuck in my head. Music is subjective, and I hated both of those soundtracks. But I know wait, which ones? Which game? Oh, Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. Those are good examples. I think that those games have a lot of substance as far as like exploration. I mean, it depends. You know, the story in those games is. I think the substance of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, that's a big discussion, so I won't get into that now when I get back into 16. But I think I think the substance of those games was the exploration more than anything else. Combat was okay. It wasn't really. I don't think it was the deepest combat experience ever. It was certainly no Doom, and I think story wise, it was more. That game felt more like lore than anything else, you know, because they tell you right at the beginning, go to these 4 places, and Tears of the Kingdom specifically, they tell you go to these 4 places and do these things, and then you go to those 4 places and you do those things, but the story progression isn't really there for them because you can do them in any order, so they can't connect it in that way. But then when you do them, then there's a story that picks up, right? There's a when I say story, I think what I'm talking about is a standard progression of one point to the next. So when you tell me at the beginning of the game you have to go and destroy this thing, if there's not a progression of events that goes through, if you're just allowed to do it in any order that you want to, I don't really consider that story. I consider that lore building, because you're going to do the adventure the way you want to do. You're going to do it's a bunch of individual, like Skyrim, for instance. It's a bunch of individual stories, but for the most, and maybe there is one main theme in Skyrim, but for the most part, what you're doing is kind of going through the adventure at your own pace, and then you're building the lore as you go. Like if you read a book, there's a difference between a novel, a 500-page book of a story that goes from beginning to end, and a collection of short stories. Even if those short stories are related, that's more like lore for one world, as opposed to a story progression. Too fair. We're debating different styles of storytelling and whether that counts. I don't think lore is the right. Yeah, I mean lore is probably the wrong way to put it, but you see what I mean in the sense that you're kind of building it through a sequence of small stories in any order you want. That's just how I think about it. Because if you look at something like that's kind of different. I mean, that's just like a story out of order. When you look at like the Kill Bill movies, that's just a story out of order. Later Hero, have a good one.
None of the curse breakers have returned.
I can turn it up easier too when I have it this way.
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your
Environmental mechanics and physics was contribute. Yeah, exactly.
If it's kind words, you're
But not story.
fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
Like this is clearly story. This is a direct continuation of events from one to the next.
Occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's Head. And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first.
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman.
So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek.
No, Marcos, it's 10 in the morning, so I'll be at work when it happens.
The Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
While the two nations beat their shields, the rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary victor.
Do I prefer to beat my shield or sharpen my dagger? Wait, what did he say?
It's time we moved on the mother crystals.
Yeah, that mark on your face looks
4
suspicious.
mother crystals remain in Storm and Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia.
Okay, I've got...
Drake's Spine in Waloed. And Drake's Tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching
This is the kind of stuff that makes me feel like I'm not paying attention.
Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught
The problem
us,
is if you move on one, they'll defend the other 3. You have to move on them all at once.
there is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting.
The second you move on one of these crystals,
Drake's Breath.
they're going to protect the other ones.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Who's that then?
My uncle, Byron Rossfield.
Oh, I thought he meant me.
Lord Byron Rosfield of the 7 High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait, Rosfield.
There we go.
And you're a Rosfield, of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune.
Why is that a surprise? He said that it was his uncle.
Well, it's settled then.
Wait, your uncle? You're a Rosfeld. You're related? The benefit of class plans at the moment is because everyone is fighting. They can't afford both defend the crystals and win the war. Gab is lovable, not smart. There goes my Moogle. Otto's counter is now open. Okay. Gonna give me an explanation? There we go. Following hideaway facilities are now available. Alliant reports, patrons whisper, the hunt board. Oh, that's the hunt board. That's that thing that, like that monster that I fought. Is that what that is? You guys were saying that hunts were available. I guess that was that. All 3 are located near Otto in the mess. Completing side quests available through Alliant reports or defeating notorious marks found on the hunt board will earn Clive renown, inspiring nameless benefactors from across the Twins to donate money or items to Clive's cause. Visit Desiree at the Patron's Whisper in the Hideaway's mess to view current renown level and accept any donations available. Okay. Try Clive's on it. Pick the crystals he did to attack because they aren't involved in the war at the moment. This is the kind of stuff that makes me feel like I'm either not paying attention or I'm just slow. Why did I think there was just one mother crystal?
What are we waiting for?
Did they flat out say there are 5 mother crystals? And I just didn't catch that? I thought there was 1. They have. Why did they showed me? Well, no, I know they showed me there, but I don't know why I was thinking like, oh, they destroyed the mother crystal. Yeah, each nation has one. Oh, that's what it is. No, they said mother was mid. I mean, they were right, but okay. Yeah, I don't know why. For some reason, I just didn't think of them. You could see them all on the map. Well. You gonna let me move? Oh, wow. The map sort of tilts weird. Oh, so these are all considered mother crystals right here? Is it these things? Okay, I just thought they were big rock formations. See, this is what I'm talking about. I don't know. For some reason, it didn't. And you know who I'd be? You know who I'd be? I'd be the person that doesn't put it together that Clive was a bearer because he's got a scarred face. That'd be me. Yeah, the huge part of the first arc. I mean, the whole first arc was basically about the one. Yeah, that is what a yeah. I didn't think it was a giant crystal. I just thought it was a huge rock formation. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Like, look at this. Look at this giant crater. I thought it was just a big hole. I'd be the reluctant comedy relief. Yeah, but now you fully have your objective: destroy all the mother crystals, and then it's gonna turn out that the mother crystals existing is gonna remove all magic from the world. Okay.
Let me laugh even harder.
But yeah, but then you're gonna find out that is what cures the blight, because that's what the blight is. Because hold on, what is this? Is this just a volcano? You're awesome for that Futurama clip. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just looking around. I don't need that quest. What was that other? I did the one for the what's it called? For the chocobos. Was that another crystal? That was the other crystal. Okay, it kind of looked like a volcano. The other ones are tall, and that one's just big.
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gary?
Yeah, it's the only crystal that looks like that.
He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dhalmekia. I'm not about to let Kupka take us unawares. Besides, he has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
And wasn't it
Kind of isn't the crystal in a mountain volcano like landmass? Oh, okay.
Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change.
Yeah, but it's technically, compared to the other ones, it's underground. It's probably just as big, but like a glacier. It's probably just as big, but most of it's underground. That would have been cool if one of them was a glacier.
I always knew that I would return one day. Return to Ironhome.
For what?
What is dead may never die.
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past. If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
The only thing I'm not a fan of her about, I think she's great, like design-wise. She's got a baby face, and I'm not a big fan of the baby face.
To the end.
Especially now, like the baby face before, and then 5 years later, with everything that happened, I was like, maybe they should have aged. Like, I feel like they didn't age her up a lot. Clive looked like he was born 32. So
Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
More than likely. Which is why we should hurry.
Many settlements between here and Port Isolde.
Just because how the game structure, all these vast, impressive sounding locations feel small.
Starting with the village of Amber.
Now that you mentioned, I kind of wish each crystal had its own unique little visual quirk like that, or at least, or yeah, I don't know. I think that would have been cool if maybe they had like a biome attached to them. You know, this crystal is somehow connected to Shiva or something, so this area is colder. Like, I don't know. I think that would have been kind of. I'm a fan of that. I know that that's sort of a cliched thing where you go to different lands and oh look, it's always snowy here. It's always this here. It's always. I'm like, yeah, I kind of dig that. I get a kick out. I love how Fusion did it, where you're in the space station and each one is a biome that's set up to be that way specifically. I like that stuff. It's tropey. You know, oh great, there's always a desert area, there's always a snowy area, there's always a forest. But you know what? I kind of like it. It's familiar, but you can do different things with it. Oh wait, okay. So I want to do the fire. So I want to do that. Nah, never mind. Hold on. It's different. See, Lilac mentioned, hey, Battle Shoes, thank you so much for the follow. Like, Lilac linked me a video, and I think Ronan linked me one too, of people doing combos and stuff, and it always looks really cool. My problem is, half the time those videos are against big, giant monsters who stand there and take the hits. And average monsters don't do that. They run around, they are annoying, they're bugs flying in the air, half my attacks whiff on them. Oh, the one I linked was me doing a combo. Like, that's always really cool, but it's always like a bigger enemy. And then I try and I want to practice that stuff so that I can be better at the combat. But how am I supposed to practice against bugs where half of my moves hit? How am I supposed to practice that thunder move where it drops the orb every time I did it? Because Lilac was telling me, oh, you drop the thunder orb thing or the lightning rod, and then when you use the Garuda, the gouge, this thing where you swing really fast, it registers, hey, cool. It registers a bunch of hits. But every time I tried to do it, when I do the gouge, it launched me forward in front of the lightning rod. So I can't help but wonder, I want to learn a rotation, but I feel like none of them are going to work half the time. Because it's all going to be dependent on which enemy you fight. You have to target, so you can set the orb to target. But then the targeting isn't perfect. You practice combos on smaller enemies, you just stack up stun. You just stack up stun on bigger enemies. But what I mean is I need a rotation in order of what to do. I need to know, all right, well, because the combat scenario, the combat setup is kind of weird because it's not like I pick which icon I switch to. When I hit the L2 button, it switches to the next one in the row. So I either have to remember I'm going to use a fire attack, and then I need to use a thunder attack. So I need to remember to hit L2 twice. Otherwise, if I hit it once, it just goes to the Garuda power. So, like, that's what I mean, is that I need to get the muscle memory for combos.
This one.
See what I mean? If I do that, it switches right to there. But now I missed the opportunity to drop the thunder lightning rod thing. Like you mentioned that. There you go. So now I can do that. But now I'm not hitting the enemy the whole time. There are a lot of ways you can make combos. It's just more... I didn't mean to hit that. Damn it. It's just more trying to you find what works for you and your style. There are setup styles, like I have aggressive styles, which is probably what I would want to use. But they do use more later icons. Their defensive combo. See, and that's kind of the, like, I don't know. It's tough for me. That's why I never really come up with rotations for a game like it's weird to say rotations because that's more of an MMO thing. It's weird for me to say that for a game like this because I want to do cool stuff, but I need the enemies to cooperate with me doing cool stuff, and that's kind of a weird ask. That one. Once they get zapped, they get pulled inwards to the center of the... Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, see. And then, like you said, so I have to target the orb. So I have the enemy targeted. I drop that. Then how do I target the orb? I switch over to the like I just hit the targeting button to switch over, because if that targets another enemy, I'm screwed. That's kind of my that's my sort of little mini gripe there about that. Just yeah, I feel like I want to be okay. I want to be better at the combat in this game. I don't know how to be better. I don't know what the progression is. Like, if I learn a rotation and I learn the order that I'm supposed to hit the buttons in, that's great. But the enemies then don't cooperate with me. Because if they, like I said, if it's a bug that is flying in the air, if it's one of these chocobos, I'm stuck. If I drop the lightning orb or the lightning rod and I try to target it and it targets that chocobo over there, I drop the whole combo. And there's that thing. You can always use practice in the hideaway. I can, but then again, it's the same problem, is that I need to pick a variety of... You can change the monster in the hideaway, right? Mr. L said, I also use wisps before the lightning, so the orb going off while I'm still setting up on the... See, I figured if I drop the lightning rod first, all the hits would trigger the lightning rod. But then it kind of doesn't work. Yeah, it's why I end up ignoring certain moves altogether. Like, it's kind of where I am with that, where I'm just, like I said, I'm gonna like not mash buttons, but I always end up missing a bunch of attacks, like things that I don't use.
Quiet, you! I think we're loyalists.
Jill, look.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes.
That's cool armor.
Welcome a new dawn. It would be a pity to make examples of you all for the transgressions.
That issue for most of it, I just have preference to set up and fast, but lower DPS.
You should have our full cooperation.
You'll never get them to cooperate. You have to adapt around them, like using Phoenix Shift to get to the flying enemy, which I was trying to do with the Wasp. I was trying to remember that move.
Black Shields having a village this small.
I think that's why I was able to break Yuffie so well. She's built for my fight style.
Must be here for something
Yeah,
else.
Drip Knight's out here. Yeah, it's not a complaint about the game. It's just it's a realization that I'm probably not built for the game, you know? I guess it's just always discouraging when you see other people do really cool things, and they're the kind of things that I think are cool. You know, if it was a cool thing in a game that I don't really like playing, it's like, okay, that's kind of cool, but, you know, I don't play it, so there's no urge for me to try to do that. I see cool combos, and I kind of want to do it, but then I feel like my brain is just not... I don't have the aptitude for it the way people do.
Earlier.
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There have been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered. The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, Empire gets.
Don't they just?
Keep your ears open, eh? The
If you
Black
want
Shields
answers,
will
play
pay good
Jeopardy.
coin for information on the culprits.
Okay.
You have to be dull as a sack of stones.
Speak with several of the villagers. One of two. We're just throwing around several. Quest destination nearby. There we go. But people having to drive to learn mechanics while other players don't really. Part of why, yeah, like speedrunning. Like I see speedrunners and I think, like speedrunners, sometimes I think it's really cool. And then a lot of the times I see what speedrunners do and I think I have no interest in doing that. I have no, because I know it takes hundreds of hours of doing the same thing over and over again to figure out some of that stuff. I learned Super Metroid and that was enough for me.
I'm sorry.
The Black Shields. Just now. You seen them, didn't you? At least I think there was a Black Shields. Can't say I ever saw one before.
Was this the first time
I talked to two villagers and got nothing. Better give up.
Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harboring firebrands. Huh. If only we were.
Yeah.
I might have turned them in and become a Black Shield myself.
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know.
How'd you get it?
You see it as discouraging, or you can use those videos to get better at the game. And Ronan, and I think that's why I don't have motivation. I can watch a Splatoon video When I was playing Call of Duty, when I was playing Warzone, I could watch a Warzone video. I can watch videos on gun builds and tactics and YYing and slide canceling and want to get better. There's a reason for me to get better. As long as I can get through this game, I'm here for the story. As long as I can get through the game, I don't have to get better. That's how my brain works with it. I don't have to get better. If I wanted to learn hard mode, then yeah, I would say, all right, I have to get better at this. I have to buckle down, and I have to really learn the commands and the order and the rotation and the relationships between the abilities. Like, I have to learn all of that stuff, but I don't have to. I don't like playing games like that on hard, like this. I won't play this on hard. Rebirth. I'm not gonna go back and play Rebirth on hard mode just for the sake of it. So it's almost like I kind of don't have to. But like a competitive game, I do have to, because I want to get better at it.
Greetings, friend. We are travelers.
I know that. What do you want?
Obviously, you're traveling.
Noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing.
There's always Sunny Legend, who's just a god in all these games.
Village, and we have nothing more to say.
Yeah, I always feel that. I also feel that way. Yeah, like the Savage, whatever the craziest raids are in 14. I have no interest.
I don't know who you are or what brings you here, but your presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. But as long as we keep our heads down,
Taylor?
Tributes, we are left alone. Some might call it submission.
You say that, but the Black Shields were right here.
I will gladly submit. This village will not become another.
Damn it, sir. You can't just bury your head in the sand and ignore these issues. It's great. Yeah, it's great that they're there for people, right? Hardcore raiding content. The permadeath runs and like Diablo games, like that's great that that's there for the people that want it. I have no interest.
Mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Obedience bought with fear.
You all right?
Am I gonna watch the indie showcase at work or save it for stream? That's a good question. I'm probably just gonna watch it at work, but they're gonna show Silk Song, and I don't want to miss that.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosari would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome. Can we find them before the Imperials do?
I just heard a bird. Will the bird
Perhaps the next
do
village
it?
will yield more answers.
Perhaps.
Okay. Let's follow that bird. Oh, that bird looks like it's going somewhere important. How random. I think it's often disappointment people have because they engage with a mechanic or aspect so well, it's hard for them to understand why others don't get it. When, as we talked about, yeah, sometimes it's just there, like you just know it. You know what I mean? It clicks with you in order to do that. It's also why I'm obsessed with Pikmin and Crazy Taxi. Personally, I love learning optimal routes and getting faster at the game. Yeah, see, I feel like I don't typically play games for that.
Into the path of whoever or whatever lurks here.
Not all of them. You know, Splatoon, and even Splatoon, it's not like I'm metagaming Splatoon when I play it. I pick the weapon that I like, or the weapons that I like, and I have fun with that. Yeah, I know. There's a monster right here.
Ever since the Apollo tree, we've seen more and more of these echoes.
What do you think is waking them? The mother crystals collapse?
There we go. Hold on. Whoops! I had the wrong. I had the wrong power thingy on. We're not alone. I know Torgo's right here. He's been here the whole time. Yeah, some people just get it. Some people, it clicks with them in order to... maybe that's why I like the fast-paced games. I feel, you know, Dark Souls. I think that's why I like the fast-paced games over games like Dark Souls. Because Dark Souls, you have to really pay... Like, you have to be very committed to understanding how everything works. What the heck is that? and you have to be strict about it. Oh wait, it's the little bomb guy. Oh my god, it's a bomb. That's right, hit the bomb with a fire attack. Surely that won't be a problem. Ah, I thought I did that. In the case of this game, I love doing combos because I enjoy the DMC style of gameplay. And I like that style of gameplay, but as far as the crazy combos like you're doing and the stuff that Lilac linked me, my brain just sort of locks up before I'm able to do that. Bull's horn break, what? For me, I felt very Kingdom Hearts about the combat, so it was less about combos and more just finding a groove I could fall into. Breath of the Wild says the Kingdom brick are brick walls for me. How are they brick walls? Just like the combat? I mean, the combat feels kind of limited in those games, so.
More of my mother's men.
Hello. Oh, wait, hold on.
That's better.
Oh, I keep freaking doing that, man. You know why I keep doing that? Why I keep accidentally switching to the wrong thing? Why is the switching, why is switching targets R3? Pushing in the R stick. When during the combat, my hand is not on R3. My thumb is not on the R3 stick. I target and then my thumb is on left stick. So shouldn't the switching targets be on the left stick? I feel like I could do it faster that way. It's supposed to be easier than DMC. DMC has weapon and style switching on top of motion inputs. When was the last time you jumped off of and you? Oh my, yeah, I haven't done that in forever. I don't use the jump button unless I'm making a joke about something, or I try and jump off of a ledge, which they won't let me do. I changed the controls in Rebirth to the D-pad buttons. You can accidentally push it if you move quickly. Yeah, I guess that's true. And I could, and you know what? GG? If I did that, then I would complain I keep accidentally pushing it. I know I have to go that way. I'm just taking a look at something. Anything over here that I missed? Oh, wait. No, wait. Is it that way? I don't like the combat. I really don't like the traveling for the overworld. I don't for Breath of the Wild, you mean? I don't like the combat. I don't really like the traveling for the overworld. I mean the music is kind of just there. I like the traveling. I think I'm okay with the traveling to an extent. I say that I like the traveling, but then I open up all the warp points so that I don't have to travel anywhere. I like the exploration. That's what I liked in Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. Okay. Oh, it was like a little fake detour. This man should usually do open world games. I get bored most of the time unless the exploration part can keep me engaged. Yeah, like exploration, I'm good with. I think I spent the first 60 hours in Tears of the Kingdom just exploring the map and going to different places. Oh, the enemies can hit that thing too. Looks like I'm headed to the Bronx Zoo. Isn't that where did they come from in Madagascar? What zoo was it that they were in? Was it the Bronx Zoo? Or was it the Central Park? No, it was the Central Park Zoo. Yeah, Central Park Zoo. Good landing, boys. Who says a penguin can't fly? When bigger enemies hit the orb, it does a heaping amount of stun. Yeah, the Central Park Zoo. Only 2 passengers unaccounted for, sir. That's a number I can live with. Good landing, boys. Who says a penguin can't fly? We'll have to win the hearts and minds of the natives. Whoa! We killed them and ate their livers. Gotcha, didn't I? Just kidding, doll. The people are fine. Yeah, suddenly spiders. They just popped out of nowhere. I gotta watch that show, The Penguins of Madagascar. I've actually heard really good things about that show. I love them in the movies. They were so funny. I can't, Kia, you gotta watch The Penguins of Madagascar and Penguins of Baldur's Gate. They're in Baldur's, so they did the edit for Baldur's Gate 3. Wizard's a good boy.
You were told to stay in your homes.
The Black Shields.
You know who we are. And still, you would bear your steel.
Actually, we just call ourselves Steels.
Why then,
Shields.
We owe you our thanks. You have saved us the trouble of an interrogation. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn.
Hail King Julian.
Our swords we swear.
Say that again. I'll show you a true shield to Rosaria. Over here.
There we go. Ah, come on. Yeah, I didn't see the. I didn't know the Julian one was a thing. Ah, I whiffed him. Aha. I could do this all day. Oh, you may want to upgrade the orb attack. Well, I'll probably wait for the patch where hopefully they'll give me more points because of all of the quests that I've already done.
Tell me what I want and the end will be swift. Who are you looking for?
Why, you. We come bearing a message.
He's a bearer. Get him!
Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps.
I wonder if Nintendo Store will have an event. Don't they usually open up for those? I mean, it's 10 in the morning.
Wait you in ordeal. Guardians of the Flame.
Those are Old Hills
My
gates.
God.
Can we hurry?
What a brutal. At least they didn't gargle like that one monster, that one guy did. The guy from yesterday was gargling on his own blood. Which is wild to say about a Final Fantasy game. If I can convince my party to go there, but I doubt I'll make it in time. Yeah, it's 10 in the morning that the thing is happening. Speaking of, where the hell is Nintendo themselves? What do you mean, the corporate headquarters? Are the corporate headquarters still in Redmond for Nintendo of America? Yeah, yesterday we killed a guy and he's like as he died. So he was gargling on his own blood. Yeah, aren't the Nintendo headquarters for Nintendo of America, are they still in Redmond, Washington? And then in Japan, are they in Kyoto? In Japan?
Find something, boy.
Death.
Found her.
Ah, here we go. Here in the UK, they're in Bath. Nintendo hasn't told gamers a release for every 2 weeks. Yeah, they obviously. Yeah, it's kind of like you were saying. It gets like, come on, guys.
This was my mother's doing.
She used to hang my stuffed animals the same way.
But why? Why would anyone...
To send a message.
I don't know.
To send a message.
I never truly understood her. But this...
I always just assume it's to send a message to what happens if you screw with them.
I will learn what madness drives her, and I will end it. We should go.
Are we gonna, like, cut him down?
Yes.
You know? Usually in scenes like this, they cut the people down and they have, like, a funeral pyre or something.
We won't.
Message to who? Everyone is dead. Well, they were looking for him.
Already be in Port Isolde.
That's why. They were looking for him. So basically this, for them. To show them what awaits them if they continue to mess with them. The Black Shield guy said it himself that they were looking for them and they had a message for them. That's why. What if that was the message? They were looking for the Guardians of the Flame, who might be him. I don't know if that's supposed to be him or not. I'm very confused. This is why, I feel like I'm missing. I'm paying attention and I'm still missing stuff. Whee! Oh, look, I jumped. Use your hands. Whoa, that one was blue. Anything? 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 No? Okay. It's not that Sokolov was confused. You didn't miss it. The game is kind of vague about it. I don't know. It just feels like I miss a lot of this stuff. I mean, I'm the guy that didn't realize there were 5 mother crystals. I mean, I feel like the concept of a mother crystal means there's 1, and then there was 5. So, unlike other games, blue just means it's a different color. So it literally doesn't mean that it's better gear. It just means that it's blue. That's it? There's no way. Blue has to mean it's better gear. Better gear. I suppose they know others fans know about the next console's existence, so they want to acknowledge the see-through elephant in the room until they're ready. Oh, what are you talking about? The Game & Check. Are you talking about? Oh, that was the other thing that I had wanted to talk about. Nintendo skipping is it Gamescom that th're skipping? What's the one that they're skipping?
Bridge. Though I doubt the Empire let us cross over to Rosalith.
Exactly how I am with stories. Since I have attention span problems, so if I skip out on one detail, things start getting confusing. And I'm usually kind of like that, so now add Kia. Now add streaming. Now you understand my problem. It depends. Depending on the game, I'm usually pretty locked in with the story. Continue people going, they didn't talk about things, it's obvious. Well, no. What was it, Gamescom? What's the one that's coming up that they're skipping? This was the event last year that they went to, and apparently they had the Switch 2 and a bunch of, yeah, it was Gamescom. And apparently a bunch of developers got access to the Switch 2, and then they started talking about it. And the word got out that they all were saying, yeah, we were able to get hands-on with whatever the next Switch is. And so people think that Nintendo didn't like that. So they're not going to, like, people are speculating that that's why they're not going to the event this year, because they were pissed off because they gave developers access to the early Switch, to the next Switch, and they were talking about it. Which, like, yeah, I don't, assuming that's accurate, I don't blame them. You know, we gave everybody access to this thing so that they can get an idea of what it is and what it's going to be and what they should be developing for. And everybody was like, oh, yeah, we're going to talk all about it. It's like, we told you not to do that. We don't want you doing that. I doubt that, because nobody did anything. That's the thing, is that nobody did anything specific. Nobody showed images or talked specifics, basically. So they probably, even if they had an NDA, the NDA was probably about specifics. And as long as they didn't say anything specifically, they didn't break NDA. So I would imagine Nintendo was like, I'm just not, okay, then we're not going to be there at all. We're not even going to show up with our ball.
I could hear him shouting from down the road.
Nintendo not done pretty much any gaming event since then. They just do their own stuff to limit leaks. I'm wondering if that's why. I wonder if that's why, because if they went to Gamescom this year, they would have you know what, Lilac, I'll be honest, I didn't know that we talk about like speculating and you shouldn't just be making stuff up and pulling stuff out of the air. It sounds to me like Nintendo does have the system ready and they have games ready, but they can't show it to anybody because the second they show somebody Switch 2 with Metroid Prime 4, everybody's going to talk about it. In honor of 250th anniversary of the founding. Okay. Same thing? Yeah, I can't fault Nintendo for that. I can't fault them for that. And then, of course, it's about, you know, maybe what they have. Let me. I was thinking about this. I think we talked about this before.
But this is their home.
The Switch 2 gets revealed. Because the Switch 2 rumors did directly affect their stocks, making them shoot up. And when they said we have nothing to say, stocks fell again. According to a report, Acolyte director wants to top the episode 1 lightsaber fight. Oh boy, here we go. I want you to imagine this, right? The Switch 2 gets revealed. And then they reveal backwards compatibility. So the launch lineup is low. Metroid Prime 4. Hey, this is going to be crazy. Metroid Prime 4. I'd say, I feel like Kid Icarus. I feel like you don't need to have Kid Icarus Uprising, or like Uprising 2. I feel like you can get by with just Metroid Prime 4. I'd want like an updated Mario Party or something. I feel like a party event, a party game would be a nice event. Obviously not a new Zelda. Like those, the main one you're not really gonna worry about. Not Smash. Trying to think of what else. I had a couple other games and I can't think of them right now. But there were two in particular.
Very well.
Metroid Prime 4 and you're gonna say that's crazy, but remember we're talking about the Switch 2, which is going to be a more powerful system. Not a new Donkey Kong. Nintendo Switch version of Final Fantasy 14. I imagine Metroid Prime 4 and Final Fantasy 14 on the Nintendo Switch. So it's like the first party Nintendo Direct will be talking about. That'll be June. June will be the Nintendo event. Persona 3 Reload, do you think so? I could see Final Fantasy for the Switch 2 in general. Do you think they would do 16? Do you think they would bother putting 16? Might be pissed because those Gamescom reports were also pretty inconsistent. With different people claiming different features for the Switch 2, and Nintendo might have seen that as muddying the water. Like, I mean, just talking about it in general is a problem. You know, when fans engage in theory crafting, it's fine. When the developers are doing it, everybody takes it differently. Ooh, remake and rebirth. Ooh. If they did day one Final Fantasy VII remake, and then also announced that rebirth is coming later. But I think 14. I think that would be massive for the Switch 2 if Final Fantasy 14 was going to be their day one. They did say they want to bring 16 to more consoles. I think that could be an interesting thing to do. Okay, wait, I can do that. All right, so there we go. So I flip them up. I launch. All right, we're getting somewhere. Hold on. I think I got a little something here. I need another enemy. I need a strong enemy that will last.
The Lazarus. What happened to this place?
Imagine Nintendo using Star Fox as a tech demo. Oh my God, Star Fox.
The nobles who lived here didn't stand a chance. Let's hope my uncle fared better.
Oh, you know what? That would be good for the Switch 2. The revival of Nintendo Land, or like the SNES remix. There you go. Remember the NES remix game for the Wii? I think it was for 3DS and then the Wii U. SNES remix, and it's a bunch of mini games related to Super Nintendo games. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, stop. Aha. Here's a good question. Will the Switch have a packing game? No, I don't think so. I don't think it'll bother. There's no need. There's no need for it. I believe they'll view it that there's no need for it. If you get they're going to promote the backwards compatibility, so you'll be able to buy the game with Switch. You'll be able to buy the system and play Switch games on it. If you get the NSO, you'll have all of the stuff on. And like, this is the logic that I think they would use. If you get the NSO, you'll have stuff that you can play on there, and maybe they'll promote like enhanced versions of certain games, and they'll say that if you get this game, even though it's a Switch game, there'll be like an enhanced version for the Switch too. I feel like they might promote that.
And it looks like we're not the only ones hoping to get in.
14 on this. You can do it, Garuda. I did totally on purpose and not by mistake out of panic pressing. It's in his area. You passed, so no spoilers. Let me see this here. Oh, we fought this guy already, didn't we? Oh, wait, but why is he still beating him up? Oh, my God, with the overkill. That was just mean. At some point, it's just mean. 14 on Switch 2 without any of the Microsoft BS would make me so hard. But I love traveling across. So many taxes. Whoa. Oh, okay. If they do have a tech demo, I'd like Nintendo Land 2. Nintendo Land, I'd argue, was their best tech demo. Ooh, Nintendo Land is their best tech demo over Wii Sports? That's a tough one. I gotta give it to Wii Sports on that. I gotta give it to Wii Sports because throughout the lifetime of the Wii Sports was still one of the best games. And that's not a bad, like, that's not to say that the rest of the library was trash. It was just that good. You don't like Wii Sports? I love Wii Sports. Hey, language, buddy. Uh-oh. Yeah, I would love to see a NES remix
No chance of slipping
brought back.
through unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in.
Just go up to them and just like, look, sir, there's some crystals that no one's claimed yet. And when they look over there, you run the other way.
I thought we might be able to
Hey, Game Freak.
guards, or at least bribe them.
I suspect.
Yeah, that Latimer, that's what I was saying. Any SNES remix. I would love it.
Officially, yes. Strictly speaking, no.
Catching the last half hour of
Once
stream.
told me that the nobles
Catching the last half hour of stream. How depressed am I? I don't know. The normal amount.
Lazarus. That's where Ra's al Ghul lives. We'll find our way into the city there.
If you're sure. The entire place looked abandoned. Do you think it's safe?
As long as it is abandoned.
Wonder what the rules are about just going up there and living there. Right, just squatting in an empty castle. MS Filters. Oh, which works separate from 14, so it can't be disabled. That's right, I remember that. Yeah, it blocks Thanolin because it has anal. It censors stuff like just don't because it reads as wait, it reads ST. Oh my god, it reads STD. And then also raids. Can't work. Oh yeah, raids. I not a huge jump to figure that one out. The FX thing is people asking for free yeah, the free company thing. I remember hearing people were saying something about that. Because they're offering free. So so they think it's like,
maybe they.
Oh man, that's crazy. And yet they don't, and yet Lilac, it doesn't filter out the word taxes. Typical. I'm not depressed, but a lot of anxiety. That's true. Yeah. You can't say free company with a 2-month ban. That's almost as bad as do you remember I don't know how many Fortnite people were here. In Fortnite, if you rode that's definitely a monster. In Fortnite, if you rode the swings, you would get banned. Does anybody remember that? Devil crab. Ah, damn it. I mean to do that. Oh, come on. No. So, we can't say Assassin's Creed. Yeah, good luck if you play an assassin and you need some help. No, so the Fortnite thing, they had swings that you couldn't sit on the swings. You could like, they were part of the environment, so you could stand on them, and the swings actually moved. What would happen was the game has a bunch of anti-cheat programs built into it, and one of them is an accelerometer. So if you want to cheat by speed boosting, which is you have your character moving faster than the game ever allows on any vehicle or anything, the game would detect that and it would ban your character. It would quit you out of the game and it would say your character's been banned for cheating or speed boosting. When you tried to jump on the swings, what would happen is your character would collide with the swing, and if even for a split second it moved it too fast, it would shift your character faster than the game should be able to allow you to, so it would instantly detect that you were cheating, and it would ban your character. It was like an oversight. It's a good anti-cheat. It's definitely something that people did, but that was the problem. Yeah, Epic does not approve of swingers. It wasn't something that they did intentionally. Like the anti-cheat that detected speed boosting, that was intentional, but the swings accidentally pushing you faster, that was an oversight. Greg plays Fortnite. I mean, Greg hasn't played Fortnite in months, but yeah, it was just environmental stuff. It was something that you couldn't break. So, but you could jump on the swings and they would move. But yeah, if even for half a second it propelled you too fast. Like you know how when a game glitches, like you get stuck in the floor and then the game just pushes your character outside so you don't get stuck in there. It's kind of like that. If you did that, the game would detect that you were moving faster than you were supposed to, and it would think that you were cheating. If anyone is FC wanted a cool name, they said they liked stuff like WoW, and thought name Knight's Tempest was a great name. That is kind of cool. I'm trying to figure out where that would. The Xbox Sensor said no because naughty word. They did some digging and it turns out you can't use Knight if you type. Oh, the second they hit those 3 letters, you can't use. Well, that would technically mean you can't use any word that contains those 3 letters together, which is kind of wild. So, wait, did I just loop back around? That's kind of funny. That's kind of ridiculous, but of all the weird ass problems for a game to have on a console, the console is the problem.
This is nothing like I remember it.
And then you can't do anything with it. Yeah, look at how cool this place is. Can you believe they just up and left? Are there places like this in like the UK or Ireland or something? Are there places like this that just nobody lives? Right, whole towns or even just castles. Even just little castles. Like that nobody lives in? I mean, legally. What's the law? I mean, is there a law that says I can't just move my stuff? Yeah, they're called parking lots. Is there a law that says I can't just bring my stuff in here and live here? I mean, we have squatters laws in the U.S. Greg asking if the UK is drab and gray and abandoned. And Lilac said yes, so that...
Not abandoned, then.
Yeah, we have squatters' rights here.
Oi! Visitors!
Arr. Pretty much every castle, the structure remains mostly intact or converted into tourist traps.
We'll show ourselves out.
There's no way he's whistling with gloves on. That's what I was kind of thinking, Mr. L. Is that I figured all of them that are in good enough condition to want to live in, they've been turned into some event, some attraction or other. There's so many buttons. If a castle doesn't have a cow catapult, why would it have a cow catapult? And you know how I feel about cow catapults. Come on, I just made the joke in the Final Fantasy video, I think. What do you say when you use a cow catapult? Come on, I'm gonna if you've been watching the SGV videos, you'll know the answer to this one.
I've only ever seen one man fight like that. And he's long dead.
Then perhaps it's time you joined him.
You say, you launch the cow? No. You launch the cow, and you say, the stakes have never been higher. That was loud. They pull tourists still due to books being made about... Oh, okay, yeah.
Forgive me, my lord. I knew not whom I addressed. You have naught to fear from us.
Oh, wait. I'm supposed to be paying attention to this guy.
Founder, it really is you.
He looks familiar.
It is. So wait.
Was he in the beginning? Was he in the opening part? You missed my hand, but it's okay. I still like you.
We can speak inside.
He was in the beginning. I mean, that was weeks ago. Yeah, he's one of the guys from the start. Yeah, I don't think it's 10 years. Ronan, who was that, Ronan? Was that Ronan that said that?
Bend the knee.
We left before the Empire could make examples of us. Though we didn't go far.
Or is it 10 years over there?
And we banded together to form the Guardians of the Flame soon after. Alas, there is only so much a handful of aging shields can do against the might of an empire. But we've seen to it that their stay has been anything but pleasant.
I believe it was Joshua the one time you played as an...
Oh. Just trying to keep the duchy's few remaining bearers out of the Imperial's clutches.
The Cullings. We saw what happened in Old Hill.
Aye. The foul work of the Black Shields and their mistress.
You mean my mother?
What?
But it doesn't make sense. Even knowing what I know about her.
He was with you when you fought the Marlborough, and then he was the one that saved Joshua until you tried to nuke him.
It was no secret, but she wouldn't have been ignorant of their value to the realm.
No offense, my lord. But in case you haven't noticed, the Lady Annabella couldn't care less about the realm. She barely even cares for her own home. That much has been plain since the slaughter at Eastpool. And since granting the Holy Emperor a new heir, her obsession with bearers only seems to have grown. As to why...
Wait, he's got a brother?
Maybe she can't bear the thought of anyone having the power to challenge her beloved son.
Her son.
So Wade...
Well, he's got another brother?
Broken camp. They march in full force for Buick Bridge. Then so do we. Make ready.
Half brother, yeah. Shrek 2's 20th anniversary is this year, and my opinion still holds up. The best Shrek, do you think? I think Shrek 2 might be the best one.
Perhaps we can prevent what happened at the docks from happening somewhere else. If I do nothing, then the blood of their next victims will be on my hands.
Yours and ours. We too have witnessed the crimes these men who dare call themselves shields have committed in my mother's name.
Shrek 2, 4. I don't think I saw 4.
We must put a stop to this madness.
We must. So let us go with you. For the good of Rosaria.
I was hoping you'd say that. Very well. If that is your wish, I would be honored to serve at your side.
Actually, we were going to let you run this one.
And we at yours.
Yeah.
So Wade, Let us do our duty.
With pleasure, my lord.
I like this guy. Why don't I remember him? I mean, it really was weeks ago that we first played this, so
I imagine this is
I'll have to go back and watch the VODs.
Just our wits.
Then let's hope Sir Wade has a good quartermaster.
Okay. Yeah, I need more high potions. I kept using them by accident. Because it's been 15 years since I saw him. I mean, it feels that way. I know in-game, but
At least you're not dead.
also in IRL. So wait, do you have... Oh, there's no... Okay, so wait, where's your quartermaster? Oh, he's literally right here.
You are welcome to what little we have managed
Oh,
to
I should
salvage.
check out that piece of gear that I got, too. I just need potions, though.
Of course, my lord. I will be here should you need aught else.
Okay, so let me check that bracer thing that I got. Gear. So those are my accessories. So this is what I got. I think I got one of these. It was this one. Yeah. That's better. That's better. There's no stats or there's no effects or abilities that I need to worry about, right? Ooh, Sashi. Yeah. Where's the blasted quartermaster? Oh, hi. Sorry. Yeah, it's just all... you told me that before, too. It's all numbers. Sword, I think is still... I didn't get a better sword yet. Do you have a blacksmith guy here? Is there somebody here that I can power up my sword? How long until we're done with this? Because we're about to wrap up soon, because I screwed up today.
Tell us then, Sir Wade.
Shrek the music. Is that 4?
Nothing fancy. You, Lady Jill,
Yeah, I don't think I saw that one.
Bridge, and provoke the main host at their encampment. Sensing an opportunity to end the Guardians, the Black Shields will call for reinforcements.
Oh, it's a stage play of the first one. Oh, okay, okay.
Throughout the surrounding hills. This will allow us to wage battle on the bridge without fear of being overwhelmed. While the Black Shields have an advantage in numbers, you see, they prefer to fight in small units, which we can use to our advantage.
How small exactly?
Small enough, now that I have you and Lady Jill for company. I doubt I could have done this on my own.
But until we arrived, that was your plan. You haven't changed a bit.
I think it's all kind of fuzzy. It's been a long time.
The bearers from Old Hill have been laid to rest.
Very good. Now make ready for battle.
As you command.
Early mid-2000s really was peak.
Thank you, Sir Wade.
Or at least in the entertainment side of things.
Perhaps now they will find peace.
There is but one thing which will grant them peace. Putting an end to the Black Shields.
And so we shall.
I have something I want to say, and I'm going to say it. Gaming Chuck, I don't know if it was peak, but sometimes it feels like it was the last time you could just enjoy stuff. Right? Like if Shrek put in, what was the song? I Need a Hero. Shrek puts in I Need a Hero and nobody complains. We went to the movies and we enjoyed it, and that was it. It was nonsense. It played up to its audience. It dated itself. It did everything that we complain about movies doing nowadays, but nobody cared. And it was nice. It was nice to go to the movies and watch Shrek and not have people complain about a bunch of things that are just like, it's a movie for kids with adults in mind. I cared. Throughout the main scenario, Clive will often... What? Throughout the main scenario, Clive will often be joined by various companions who are keen to lend their assistance. However, depending on Clive's destination, they may choose to remain behind at the hideaway. Party members? Yeah, Fiona, the whole thing would be woke. Oh, Shrek couldn't save her. She had to be an ogre. She had to kill herself. She couldn't be pretty. She had to be an ogre. Because women aren't allowed to be attractive in movies anymore. Oh, of course Donkey was with the dragon. Oh my God, it would never end. It it would never end. My personal record for seeing a movie in the theaters is still the first Jackass. How many times did you see that?
May the blessing of the Phoenix go with you.
Am I going to? No, that's what everybody was asking, D. No, because the Wednesday we normally have off, and then the Nindy event is the Nintendo World event. I mean, that's in the morning. I'll be at work.
To Stillwind. Suffice to say, that got their attention. It's been
a lot of people consider Shrek 2. Yeah, like when you think I need a hero, people think of Shrek 2. You know, it isn't even like, oh my God, I can't believe they put that song in the movie. Like that's like the quintessential version of that song is being in Shrek 2. You can't control them, you order them or give them anything. They won't. Party members. It's a oh, Dragoon. It's a party, but I was only invited. It's not my party. Donkey and Dragon give me so many questions, and I've seen art on how it works, but still, yeah, it was allowed. I don't know. I don't normally like, you know, the whole sort of complaining about that stuff, but it is true. I can't help but think about it. I can't help but look at it and think, man, it was fun when we were allowed to do that stuff. It was fun when you were allowed to experiment with a game franchise and make something that was a little bit different. I mean, to be fair, people still bitched about it, but people still also played it. DreamWorks seems to do that hated introvert protagonist very well. I mean, they all... The problem is, IKEA, like, a lot of companies do that stuff well. Whether they alter their characters a bit, or they write characters a certain way, or they do like a certain kind of humor, a lot of the companies do it well. It's the fans that don't handle it very well. So let me get to where we're going here, and then I'm gonna wrap up. Actually, I think I'm gonna wait. Hold on 1 second here. There's still that droning sort of music that goes on with this thing. Is she alive yet? No. All right. Weird question outside of the game. When did Miss Fushi come back to? Oh, Miss Fushi dual streams. Never mind. I was gonna ask when Miss Fushi came back to Twitch, but she dual streams. Amanda's supposed to be live tonight. I'm hoping she goes live. You can call my Chocobo, but then I miss all of this little chatter here.
Come along now.
Look, see, everybody's doing stuff. Yeah, Fushi streams on both. Shrek 5 will come out and contain dark corners of the internet. Will scream that Shrek is now. Yeah, it will. It will. I'm already upset about that. Oh, you're playing that card? What are they saying? I don't know. It just built the world out. That's I knew I'd get somebody with that one.
There they are. On your command, my lord.
Okay. Here, let's sneak around. Hold on. Let's play this like... Is there, I feel like it's forever since I asked that. Is there like a duck... Right, like a crouch button. Yeah, I didn't actually pay attention to what they were saying. No, right? Okay. I was gonna sneak up on him. I was gonna pull a sneaky on him. You just turned the camera. I was behind the tent on purpose, and they just randomly turned the camera.
What is it now? I told you. We bear a message for the Viceroy.
Bearers?
From the Guardians of the Flame. Ha! You presume to tell us
that a pair of filthy vagabonds, a woman and a dog, could guard aught against the might of the
Just to be
Black
clear,
Shields?
which one of us is which?
Then come, die along with your flame.
Okay.
Forest area!
You want to do stealth of all things. Yeah, the one thing I complain about the most. Get over here. Oh, stop, stop.
This one.
This seems like you can just kind of keep doing that. All right, where's the far bank? Oh, it's over here. Oh, wait. Yeah, there you go. See, I hopped off an enemy. Oh my god, that was kind of sick. Yeah, see, I did it. Wait, isn't there like buttons that I can hit? What the heck? Oh, I thought I was targeting the ice things. Oh, is that it? Time for some John Wick action. This is a game where you can do stylish combos, and what you want to do is stealth. Yeah, me, I want to do stealth.
Guided one. In taking it, you have but proven our point.
Look at this fake ass dragoon. He might be a real one. I don't know.
Of cleansing.
Oh, he's a dragoon. Never mind. Oh, damn. I was hoping that would actually do a lot of damage to him. Yeah, see, he's doing the damage on his own. That's great. Ow. Okay, pay attention. Oh my god, the timing. There you go. Bring him down. There you go. Oh, I hit the wrong button. All right, not too bad. Estinia. Don't sully the name of Estinian like that.
I don't see any more.
Nor do I. The plan worked.
Sort of.
It did. It bloody worked.
Language, buddy.
We sent every last one of the rotten bastards straight to the mud.
I'm sorry.
Perhaps this will be enough to stop the Cullings. For the time being, at least.
Perhaps. Though I doubt my mother will take this loss well. She'll move swiftly to see her minions' ranks replenished.
And then it will all begin again. I often wonder if the nation we once knew is gone for good. Her fields rot. Her people starve. We battled to preserve the flame that was, but for every foe we fell, another springs up in its place. Yet be that as it may, it is still our home, and we must fight for it, as we always have, and always will. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the Duchy cannot die, and her loyal subjects may dream of a day when the Rosarian standard flies over Rosalith once more.
So wait,
Think we should fall back to Port Isolde before the garrison sends...
Oh, sure, that's what I was going to say. I wasn't going to say that your speech made me damp. Yeah, I can't afford to move, so... All right, you want to know something else? It's kind of funny. So 250 is experience. 800 is money. I'm not entirely sure what the other two things are. The blue one is that's my skill points, right? That's the points for the abilities. What's the 20 to 65? What is that? I'm not entirely sure. I've spent that as currency. Oh, that's my renown. Okay, all right. Wasn't entirely sure. Okay. See, renown is nice, but I definitely prefer reverb. It just sounds better.
And how long has my uncle been funding you and your comrades' endeavors?
Since the beginning. Lord Byron
It's my
was the first
street
person
cred.
I turned to after forming the Guardians. And had I known of this tunnel back then, I wouldn't almost have been hanged by the city guard for trying to sneak over the wall.
I suppose a formal request for an audience would have appeared suspicious.
And appearances must be maintained. Were the Vice-Regency to catch wind of Lord Byron's involvement in our movement, they'd seize his estate and send him to the gallows, where he would be of no use to anyone. And so, though it sickens him to the soul, he plays the part of the loyal lord, knowing that one wrong move might prove his downfall. It is why he remains ever vigilant. Don't be surprised if he refuses you an audience, especially since you're famously dead.
Then I will have to think of a way to prove that I am neither wraith nor wrongdoer.
I might have something which could help with the latter.
Why
It's the
would I
mark
need
of
a
the
ladder?
Guardians. Display it, and those who love Rosaria will know where your loyalties lie.
Look, he's the character from Sun and Moon. You see did you see his blank expressionless face?
Again, unless you deserve it. If only Sir Tyler could have been here to see you.
I gotta turn those down if I'm gonna leave the volume up. I just have the volume louder because this game is notoriously low.
Go on now, my lord.
An anime trilogy, I think it'd work. It's better written. Pixar's Cars, if it leaned more into celebrity culture. Well, I always heard that the Cars movies weren't too bad. I don't know if there was. I don't think there was a fourth one. I heard people like the third one. Planes was terrible. Planes was the one that everybody hated. I thought Cars was relatively popular. Well, Cars was popular, but it was like popular with kids. Cars didn't really pick up for adults the way something like Shrek did. I still think Meet the Robinsons is underrated. It still boggles my mind that wasn't at least a little more popular.
Right, I guess. My uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him. And means to string us up himself.
Cars 2 is Pixar's worst reviewed film by a fair margin. What about Cars 3? Yeah, I thought Cars 3 people dug. Yeah, I think Meet the Robinsons is underrated. Uh-oh.
Imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit. Clive Rosfield died long ago.
He did. My name is Sid
And for
now.
uttering his name here, you shall pay with your tongue.
Cars 3 is ranked about the same as 1.
You would mock me as well?
What's happening here?
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot, loyal servant to her serene holiness, Saint Sybil.
This is like a game they played as a kid or something.
Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy crimes against church and crown, I shall have thy head.
I appreciate that he showed up.
Infectious
Yeah.
black swench? Even in death, must thou plague me still? Very well. I shall open the gates of hell, that thou might see thy charge
Ah.
once more.
That's awesome.
Bravo, Uncle. You're still the finest Maddo in the twins.
Oh, Clive, my dear boy, it's really you. You always were fond of that scene from The Saint of the Sanctuary. Never did let me play Sir Crandall.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, I just saw that.
I have a favor to ask, Uncle Byron.
Rutherford, inform the kitchens. There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
Let's keep it chill though. My name is Sid now. I can't be Clive.
Miraculous preservation on an empty stomach.
I like this guy.
Go on, Sid.
And I gotta say, I was gonna say, I respect the fact that
See that you use the good place, Rutherford.
he legitimately, yeah, hey, finally a cool uncle. He legitimately came here to kill him, thinking that he was like trash talking him or whatever, but he did it alone. If he like in any other situation, he would have shown up with a whole bunch of guards and said, "How dare you?" But he showed up by himself, and he was legitimately going to kill him. I respect it.
Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
A monster.
For better or worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. That's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation will be forever in your debt.
It has been 20 years, Clive. The nation your father and your forefathers fought to defend is no more. Perhaps it would be otherwise had I the courage of my brother. All right, if it's a ship you require, a ship you shall have. I've a galley in port, but recently relieved of her cargo. She can be outfitted for the voyage in a matter of weeks.
So you believe us then? About everything?
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived.
The worst thing about
Besides,
stories like this,
authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Whose authority?
Oh.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
Let's say no more about it, eh? It wouldn't do to linger on my nephew's greatest
Yeah.
failing.
The only thing that's sad, like, because of this sort of grim, dark environment, he's a good character and a good guy. I'm pretty much just waiting for him to die now.
Though, is all this about you being Sid? You were always such a good boy. But now you're quite the outlaw.
Yeah, but look at the people who are saying I'm an outlaw.
Outlaw's uncle. Right then, who shall we pillage first?
Start the timer.
Fetch me my cutlass. This will be fun.
Damn it, game, hurry up.
Over there. Go on.
Over there. Arr.
She's a fine ship, isn't she?
Critchlow?
Once outfitted, she'll bear us across the boiling sea to Drustinus in the space of 3 days.
Something on your mind?
Hope you don't get seasick.
Monsters. When I served the Iron Kingdom, I did so because I saw no other choice. Because once they learned that lash would not move me, they turned it on those who could. And so I became their puppet.
I used to be a puppet.
I let them pull my strings, telling myself it was not my hand that swung the sword, but another's.
There are no strings on me.
I removed myself from the truth so I wouldn't feel the pain it caused.
He and Gavin, this game's levity and balance. I just hope they don't die.
And before I knew it, I no longer felt anything. Anything at all.
I don't get car sick unless I don't trust the person. I kind of get that. I kind of get that.
A monster.
Some people, it's a comfortability thing. I'm picky and choosy about who I'm comfortable in a car with. I don't get sick anymore, but I used to, when I was a kid, I would get car sick.
I don't want to be a monster, Clive. Do you understand?
I need to look out the window or something. No, if I'm in a car, riding in a car, and I'm playing Game Boy or something. If I'm staring at the screen for too long, I get sick. I used to do it when I would take the bus and play Game Boy.
But before I can do that,
She became as cold as ice.
And when you do, I'll be standing there with you, just as you stood with me.
Thank you, Clive. I must atone for my sins. Only
It's a
then,
weird thing going
when
on
it's
here.
done, will the monster cease to be.
Just promise me that you won't die with it. Now,
Like, I feel like
the journey back to Benamir is long, and there is much to tell the others.
I feel like this is the first time I've gotten the inclination that they were going to be like a couple, right? I feel like this is the first time I really feel like there was a romance between them, because I don't feel like that. I felt like that any other time. Like, I kind of thought so. Like, it's the male character, it's the main male character, and male female character. They're gonna make them a couple or something, but I never really. Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of assumed they would, but I don't feel like. I can't think of a moment where I really thought, oh yeah, definitely. I just kind of assumed it because they put them together. And games always do that. And stories always do that, I should say, not just games. But yeah, I like that's the most romantic I feel like I've seen with them. I feel like I haven't seen anything else that really solidly made me think, oh yeah, this is gonna happen. Yeah, but I'm KH. The problem is if I acknowledge that, I end up on some kind of list. So I'm trying not to. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's just because the entire time it's been kind of drab. You know, there hasn't really been that sort of moment of levity for them. Or like, I don't know. I feel like for me, there's been moments where they were close, but not to the point where I thought, oh, they're going to be together. That's the first time I really kind of felt like that. Isn't that weird? You see a small bit when they were in the barn after Clive learned he murdered his brother and everyone at Phoenix Gate and wooed her by sobbing his. See, and again, and like Lilac, I know that that's an endearing moment, but that could have been an endearing moment between two friends. That was him going through a significant trauma and the person that he's confiding in being there for him. And that I can see it as romance, but that's probably the bad side. But like that could have been Gav, right? See, the almost kiss thing. Like I feel like I kind of remember that, but I don't know. I feel like there was just a lot of trauma. Like this is a weird sort of comparison. In movies and TV shows, yeah, I was kind of sad. Yeah, because I did this thing. In movies and TV shows, where one of the characters is going through a trauma and then the other one is helping them with it, and then they start making out. I never really see that as love. I see that as a passionate moment, right? The emotion is high. They need to get this out of them, right? So I see that as an intense moment, because in those moments in movies and TV shows, they'll talk the next morning and then they'll say, oh, that was a mistake, or someone will apologize, like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken advantage of it, right? It's never a romantic moment. It's an intensely passionate moment, but it's not a romantic one. That I feel like was the first time I saw passion or romance. And like they had a quiet moment and they chose to be together in that moment. They chose to be close in that moment. So I don't know. I that's kind of interesting, which it's fine by me. I mean, I've said before that one of the tropes that that I don't know if trope is the right word, but one of the relationship dynamics that I never see that I really, really love, and I feel like I very rarely see it, is male, female, best friends or partners or something that don't end up together. I don't think you see a lot of that often. You don't kiss your homie when you talk about traumatic events? Nah. We'd be kissing all the time. I talk about bad things in my life with my best friend all the time. Yeah, it never felt like kissing him. Yeah, exactly. So like that moment there is that could have been a passion. That could have been a moment of passion. I still say tropes, but cliche is another word. See, I think cliche is a negative connotation. I think it's just relationship dynamic or character dynamic. Character duo dynamic, right? You have different versions of two characters together, brother and sister, the male and female, or the two. I shouldn't say male and female, but the two characters that are gonna be, the tense romance, right? The unrequited love. Like there's a whole bunch of dynamics, and I feel like the one that doesn't really get explored often is male female duo, partners, friends, especially best friends, but there's no romantic interest. We're not building to the point where they're romantic with each other. We're not building to the point where he finally confesses or she finally confesses, or she's about to die and he finally says, oh, this is, I need you in my life, and then it turns into a romance. Like I feel like no one ever really experiences that, or no one ever explores that in a game. I like that. I like that sort of thing. I got a kick out of it in Would you say the original Final Fantasy VII has that? No, not really. Not really, because you could say with Cloud and Tifa, but a lot of people put Cloud and Tifa together. I think the best example, we'll wrap up here in a second. Let me save. Hold on, before anything else. I have to go. Hold on, I have to go somewhere. Oh, brother. Can I go here? If I go here and the game starts a story bit, I'm going to be annoyed. Just let me walk around first. There we go. Thank you. Here be monsters. Wait, what?
Only the founder knows.
Okay, chill. There we go. Okay. Now you're using headcanon to justify shit. No. Well, you're talking about the Final Fantasy VII thing. Sort of. Yeah, like if they played up the friendship more, I think that would be a lot of fun. So I would have enjoyed that. But Final Fantasy VII, it wants you to pick. That's the problem with Final Fantasy VII, is that it wants you to pick. There's literally a date. OG7. There's literally a date somewhere in the game, and depending on how much you interact with the characters, you go on what can be deemed as a romantic date. So I feel like that's kind of not the same thing. My favorite example of it, and this is probably the thing that made me realize that it's a dynamic that I like and doesn't get explored very often, was the trailer for Cyberpunk 2077. It was the gameplay trailer that came out before the game came out. It was a while before. They were using Jackie, which is the guy in the game, the big guy, and a female. Is it V? V. It's just V. They were using a female V, which was a terrific design for the character, and then Jackie. But I guess because of the way Cyberpunk is set up, it's not set up to be a romance. It's set up to be a partnership. It worked incredibly well. I very much enjoyed it. I enjoyed watching the characters interact with each other. I enjoyed them acting. You know, they were badass, and they were doing crimes, and they were having a good time, and they were enjoying each other's company. But at no point did I feel like, oh, they're going to end up together. And that was a nice dynamic. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed it because I guess I enjoyed it because it felt so unusual. Yeah, but I don't think many games do that. I don't think many things explore that. Okay, give me 1 second here. Pick Barrett every time. If they let you pick, that would be nice. Okay. But that is going to do it for today. So thank you. Thank you very much, everybody, for stopping in and for hanging out. It was kind of a weird stream today. Sorry for all the stuff in the beginning. I'm not sorry for the beginning. It's just, it was not the most up tempo stream that we usually have, or that I usually try to have. But thank you for sticking around. Thank you for staying with us and hanging out with us. So I very much appreciate that. Tomorrow we have off. We will have off tomorrow, most likely. 99.9% sure we'll have off tomorrow. So we'll be back on Thursday with more Final Fantasy 16. And we will talk a little bit about the Nindies, the Nintendo World event. Like I said, or Indie World event. Like I said, I'm not usually too crazy with the Indie World stuff. So, we'll run over it and we'll talk about Silk Song. And then we'll go back to Final Fantasy 16. For right now, though, I am going to send you over to. I'm going to take.